What up, y'all? Oh, you can hear me, but you can't see me? Oh, well, would you look at that? Here I am. Yeah, notice. Fancy new little mics. Thanks to Taylor for my Christmas present. I'm super excited to give these a go. So here we are. This episode, we had AJ Berry. I can say a lot about this man. I'm going to try to keep it short, though. He's the definition of a guy who's been throwing every curveball. I mean, just constantly has pushed through adversity to come out on the other end. And he's just better for it. He's grown into an incredible human being. He was a great teammate. He's been a student of mine in a way. He's been a guy that it's just been so cool to watch him come up and evolve as not only a fighter, but a man. It's been great. I love this episode so much. There's a reason why it's 4 hours. I get it. You probably won't listen to it all, but that's okay. It was for us. We have a ton of fun. We talk about a lot. Pretty sure we might have solved white and black race relations. I don't know. Nah, but look, at the end of the day, I mean, he's just a great dude. He's always had my back. He's always been there. And he says a lot of nice things that I don't know that I necessarily deserved in this episode, but I appreciate them a lot. And yeah, just enjoy the episode. I hope you do. You'll learn a lot about him. You'll learn a lot about everything. And yeah, like I said, enjoy the episode. Watch it. As always, though, shirts. We have shirts for sale. You can pick yours up. We have a lot of smalls and mediums left. Larges and extra larges, those are a little bit more limited, but definitely lots of smalls and mediums. So if you have somebody that you want to give that to, or if that's your size, DM me, let me know. We can get you some shirts. Nonetheless, as always, though, enjoy the episode.
Yeah, you ready? 1, 2, 3. Let's go! The baby was asleep. That was...
And she didn't even flinch.
Gangster baby.
Perfect.
Bro. The baby's a gangster. Honestly, she's been sleeping since the jump, like 2 months in, out. Like we were talking about earlier, when you find out that as long as you keep them warm, that's it. All the other problems went away. All the other problems went away. She don't care about nothing else. All the sound, you can have the vacuum cleaner going, you can have the TV blasting, you can have whatever else going. It doesn't matter because she just wants to be warm. That's it.
Normal human instinct.
Makes sense, right? Yeah, when you think about it, it's like, oh yeah, this makes sense. She don't care. She just wants to be warm.
Everybody wants
comfy.
to be the little spoon.
Dude, the little spoon makes the rules. Shout out episode 40. That shit was funny. We were talking about skydiving and talking about tandem jumping. And he was like, the little spoon does make the rules.
So you just posted that the other day, right?
Yeah, I reposted
it. I'm sitting in the garage and I call him. And because remember when I messaged you, did I not? And I went, no, did he? So I instantly called him and I go, hey, bro, I ain't watched the Diddy documentary yet, but I'm feeling like you're going to be in it. And he was like, what? And I'm just like, fam, like I just was watching Jordan post and I went skydiving for my birthday. So I know I jumped out. I have it on video. Like I did what he did. I'm doing this the whole time. Like, and then you said some freaky shit like that. Man, my whole birthday from 2 years ago was ruined. Like, bro.
I got a whole new outlook on skydiving.
So when I saw that, I was just like, oh, I can't stand these two. Like, I can't stand either one of them. Like, there's a reason we all get along, but there's always somebody in the three of us who's going to ruin it. And you were that guy today, but boy. Like,
dude, I love your hat.
Thank you.
That shit's cool.
Thank you.
It's gotta feel cool to wear that.
Yes.
It's one thing to wear the hat, just to like get it as a fan, right? But you have that hat knowing that you flew out to Mexico and represented Team USA. That's fucking dope.
Thank you, boss. Appreciate you.
That's dope. Like, no one can ever take that away from you. No matter what. You went out there to a whole nother country and competed internationally representing your country. That shit's lit. And now you get to wear that hat as a remembrance knowing that you went there. So when someone says, "Oh, dude, that's a cool hat. Have you been there?" Yeah,
Yes,
I
sir.
fought in it. We were, what were we looking at yesterday or 2 days ago? Where I was like, I can't wear it because if someone asks me, "Oh, were you there?" and you weren't there, then you got to give them the no, and then they got to go, "Oh."
It's like some army stuff.
Yeah.
It's like you see somebody with a Vietnam hat, you assume.
Yeah, imagine they're just a fan of the war, bro. They're just a historian.
Watch my Netflix documentary, so I watch a lot of World War II. So I got a World War II hat on.
Just a big fan, dude. You're like, "Oh, thank you for your service." I wasn't in that war.
Start doing the math. Persian War, 18 years old, sir. You need to see 9/11. Chill. So no, it's a blessing. I will say that, bro. I will say that it's and that I do take pride in wearing it for that reason. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. You know, like because I didn't think I was gonna get selected. Like I didn't think it was even. I mean, you seen some of my early stages, and to go. AJ Berry is selected for, the Pan American Games, and you're like, okay, who's going to be there? Canada, USA, Brazil, Mexico, North, South, Central America. And it's like, okay, well, how many people in the weight class? You have the biggest class. And it's like, oh, snap. All right, cool. And then to get there and fight first out of the whole team was just like, I mean, kind of you going back, it's always kind of for me just, hey, it's time to run it. It is what it is. So that was the mindset, and it was pretty cool. I got a bronze medal, so it was third place.
Fucking dope.
On this side of the country, it's like on this side of the world. It's like I like to say it.
You placed. You became the third best in North America. I mean, or
on this side of the earth, the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, you became third best in an entire hemisphere. There's only 2 hemispheres. You're the third best.
He said you're in the 50th percentile.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty good, bro. That's pretty good, right? Not many people can say they did that. And for you to only been training now, maybe 5 years, roughly ish.
No,
4, 3. 3.5,
3.
Whatever it may be, short period of time. You're also 34 years old. It is a testament of what someone can do if they want to.
Absolutely.
And that's fucking cool. Because when I met you, and when you stumbled into John's, boy, I remember those training footages. I remember you hitting pads in the garage.
I mean, they still up.
Having your uncle teach you. To where you looked in your last fight, the progress is awesome. It's so cool to see. Watching that last fight, boy, you threw that spinning elbow. Brother, dude, first off, someone's shin snapped that night.
Yes, absolutely.
That's crazy. What's unfortunate now is almost every single time that's happened, I've seen it live, either on TV or in person. I've seen it almost every single time. Anderson Silva. Then when it happened back to Chris Weidman. Oh, here we go. Wait, which one is this?
This is the flash fight.
Look at that, man.
It's on a.
Look at that. How'd that feel? How'd that feel?
At that point, I'm gonna be honest, man. I wasn't thinking about anything but don't look like you looked before.
What you mean?
So we were kind of discussing earlier, fighting is more than just getting in the ring right there. You know what I mean? The 5 rounds, the 3 rounds, the with shins, without shins, all that right there is one component. But showmanship, having a social media presence, everything it takes to do marketing. One of my fights, when I had won, I think you were there as well too, matter of fact, I gave the biggest eyes you could possibly imagine. Like, I'm like, I won? Like, I was so shocked. And I've developed this thing that I kind of said to you a couple of times of winner's remorse. And what I mean by that is wishing I would have did something different. So after every fight, I have a moment where I'm like, I have to improve this. I have to change this. So if you see my second fight where I had the big eyes, you're going to see my third fight, I was hyper focused on just doing this right here. I think you've been in all my fights besides Mexico.
No, I missed Mexico, and then I missed
Baldo.
the kickboxing one that you did here in Austin.
Oh, the very first one?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know where I was actually, but yeah, I missed that one where you put him down with the knee.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I wasn't
but you've been there from day
most
one,
of them.
essentially.
Most of them.
First person, one of the first people in my corner, so it's always love. But one of the things was you look at that second and third, it was a straight eyes. It was like, don't be shocked. You know you won, whether you won or you lost, don't be shocked. And then from my third to my fourth, it was, okay, then you were too hyped, too timid. You were this, you were that, And so I knew for that one, it was a culmination of Mexico. Because Mexico, technically, I haven't lost in America. You know what I mean? I lost in Mexico, but I haven't lost in America. So it was a culmination of, this is a 5-round fight. You have to, you're the main event. Breathe. Open your eyes, smile. You know what I mean? You're thinking of so many things in that moment, and then people are like, "Bro, but you just won." And if you see me after a fight, I'm not overly excited. You know what I mean? I usually walk around with a kind of a straight dull face because I'm just soaking it all in. And then once I see the video, I'm like, I gotta fix this. I gotta fix this. So I call that winner's remorse. Like one of the things in Deuce's fight, when I knocked him down, I didn't move fast enough. So if you go back and you watch it, the ref is pulling me to the corner.
Mm-hmm. You were shocked.
Thank you. That could have been a first round knockout.
You landed a spinning elbow, which there's only been so many of those. I think they're more common now because people are really understanding the value of elbows. I was just ranting about this on my Instagram during the UFC card last weekend, that now MMA guys are throwing more elbows in the stand-up. Everyone's always throwing elbows on the ground and pound. But if you go back in history of MMA and then in the UFC, the guys who threw elbows early on were some of the best. Anderson Silva, John Jones. These guys were throwing elbows way back when, before it was cool, or before it was like more common in MMA. Right. And I've been preaching this whole time. I was like, MMA guys are just training MMA. And so that has led to holes in the game, right? Where there's holes in their jiu-jitsu, there's holes in the wrestling, there's holes in striking, because what's happening is if we're always just training just MMA and we're always sparring, there's probably certain situations and certain positions that we're constantly going to. Yep. They become our favorites. That is a little less likely when you start to train with the specialists. And so we're seeing more guys, at least in MMA, in MMA, because that's the one that mixes them all together. But in MMA, you're now seeing more people take the Ilia Topuria route. Ilia Topuria talked about it on Joe Rogan's podcast, where he talked about how outside of fight camp, he's not training MMA. He's going to boxing class. He's going to jiu-jitsu class. He's going to wrestling class. And I think what we're seeing now is more guys adopting that. And what's happening is now you're starting to see, not only is MMA its own skill set of its own, but now you're seeing guys training with those specialists. And so those holes are getting smaller and smaller. And these guys are getting fucking better and better and better. And one outcome of that is clearly there's some of these guys that are going to Muay Thai class.
Absolutely.
And you're now seeing it, and we saw it last week for sure. Dude, there was, 3 elbow knockouts last week with multiple dudes getting cut?
I think so, yeah.
There was multiple back to back. And it wasn't even spinning ones. We're talking about just standard elbows.
Science. It's just the science.
And so you're starting to see these people, dude, and
and I'm gonna give a little secret to the game of the whisper, because I have my own moniker and all that. But you've kind of seen the beginning of that, and to speak to a good friend of ours, Wale, you know what I mean? And it's like you've seen the beginning of me elbowing. You get what I mean? And it was like, y'all had to pull me back. I mean, you've been one of my coaches. So you're like, hey, you don't need all that power. You know what I mean? Just go. Just
let me know.
Just I'm here, I'm gone. And it's going to be the same thing in a fight. And so if you look at when I fought Brett Allen out of the Old Guard, great gym. Shout out to Old Guard. They are a great gym.
Shout out Simon. Simon moved on to Alliance, but
shout out Alliance as well too. So I rock heavy with Simon and Alliance, and then Old Guard. Dave, he coached me down in Mexico as well too. So we became really, really close there. But when I fought Brett, I did 3 spinning back fist. And they're like, you've never done it. I'm like, I did 3 of them and hit him twice. You get what I mean? Like, I literally, like, I've done it before. And it's like, I have realized what I do to vet people. Like, I'm going to go look at this. I'm going to go look at that. I'm going to go look at this. So if I'm doing it and I'm posting videos of myself, like you said, you've seen pictures of me in the garage, then I'm pretty sure you're doing it too. So now my game plan is to go against you watching what I've done. So every fight, like you said, it has growth. Like I'm like, I've grown, but I try to be like, okay, it is what it is about it. Like when I get to my goal, then I'll be happy. But every fight I have literally just added this. And then it's what we see. And then, like, I hear what you're saying, man. I love it. You get what I mean? I hear it, but Uncle tell you, like, to me, that goes one ear and out the other.
As it should. Like, because what's the alternative? Your ego gets too big and then you get slept. Because now we're not innovating no more. When people get comfortable, they get stagnant. Once you get stagnant, you're no longer getting better. And guess what? The person you're going to fight, yeah, you know what? You might beat another B class dude. You might beat a C class dude, right? But you get the A class and you get guys who are inspiring to be a pro and who want to do this for a living, and you become stagnant. The consequences are dire, right? And so you call it winner's remorse, but it's just fucking the stride for greatness, bro.
I mean,
you wanted a coin, they would give it a good phrase. But that's how, like, of course, dude. Like, win or lose, the second I get off that mat or I get out the ring, it's immediate. Okay, what could we do better? It's the only way.
And there's some people I have felt bad for.
Well, you know. Like,
no, don't get it twisted. You've seen me be aggressive. We've been aggressive towards each other. As far as 2 grown men should go, we have took it to that level and not had beef with each other.
And the whole gym was watching.
Hold you.
Everybody stopped. Everybody stopped what they were doing.
Coaching this new angry black guy is fighting. And
everybody stopped.
And listen, you whooped my ass, and then the next time it happened, it was a little more, and then the next time it happened, it was just increasing. Like I said, I had the first positive love-hate relationship with you. You know what I mean? Because I'm like, with all respect, right? This person shouldn't be this good. and I'm saying that with all respect, you know what I mean? And it's the same principle when somebody comes in the gym. What do we all do? Come on now. We all
I think I can.
We all look.
I think I can.
I mean, call it what you want, but we all look, right? And
normal people do this with our Instagram. I think I could.
Oh man, I want to. I try. I'm just gonna look at the views. I'm not gonna hit the like button. It's a shame. But so you being in the position that you were, I was never threatened by you, Megan, coach, nobody. It was, I'm still learning out what I'm doing with my own life, my own mental, you know, and this guy my height, we about the same weight. We're about to say we're close to the same age. You get what I'm saying? Like if I was white, man,
it's true. We got the beard.
I mean, you know what I'm saying? And you saw how I came in there and just the different kind of energy that I came with my own stuff.
You brought the smoke.
And you wasn't running from the smoke. So it was like, oh no, I can learn, but you know, it's not gonna be, I never thought it was sweet. I never was like, hey Jordan, just cause, you know, I'd like, hey, let's have a nice day. You know, it was like, hey Jordan, because I know like if I don't put my hands up, I'm gonna get hit, I'm gonna get kneed, I'm gonna get punched in the body, I'm gonna get swept. It is what it is, and then don't laugh. It's not funny. Not you had the whole memory. I saw you had a whole memory. Like, yeah, I remember that one.
Bro, look, it doesn't matter who you were. Everybody got swept by me. Everybody got swept. There was a day I did 28 out of 30 minutes in a clinch gauntlet. I swept every single person multiple times.
So, you know, you're part of the reason that the whisper exists. Like, I'm just going to, I mean, we just keep it a buck. You know, I came in working with Unc, and, you know, that was all for my mental. And, you know, I used to be married and a whole bunch of stuff, you know. And the reason I came to John's is, you know, that's the first gym I ever walked into.
Yeah.
First fighting gym I ever walked into. And to see, I couldn't tell the difference who was the head coach, who was this, who was that, but to see you, to see Brandon, to see, you know, I think the tall guy with pink gloves was still there. Just to see a tall guy with pink gloves. He left early. Really, tall guy, bald head, always had on pink gloves, pink shorts, real lanky, real long. But I know so many people.
Oh, Riley?
Maybe.
No, he wasn't bald.
You know,
oh, Ethan.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Ethan, Ginger.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, he went to the tournament with us.
Yeah. So, you know, I'm never really been a name person. It's just like, no, that guy that punched hard.
Yeah.
But to see y'all on day one, because, you know, I came in there with Unc and that was, okay, this is where I want to be. You know what I mean? So y'all set that tone, and just me being me and how I came in was, you know, me. But like, I appreciate that, you know what I mean? Because I didn't come in and, you know, didn't know the politics of nothing. I didn't know, and I still don't care about nobody's politics, and you know that. Like, I didn't know what this was, what that was. I just knew that my uncle came in there one day in the garage and was like, I can't teach you anymore. Like, I can't do any more learning or give you any more what I've taught you. Like, you're where I'm at as far as how you do it in your own way. So it was like, well, what do we do next? And so, boom. And then, you know, pretty much the story from there. You know, you're the first person to ever corner me, you know, and
your uncle's a great man, dude. To come in and have that, like, to come in and be able to admit that makes you a great man. Absolutely. It's hard for men to. That's a hard thing to say, because a lot of people would be selfish.
Yeah.
And they would want to hold on to that in the sense of like, no, I'm going to create AJ. I'm going to make AJ a great fighter. No, I'm going to do this. And then next thing you know, a couple years later, AJ's still the same. And it's like, you lost a fight here, maybe you lost a fight there. And it's like, okay. But the fact that, you know, someone can be upfront about that is that's powerful. That's good, right? And so I know he's played a huge role for you. I know you have struggled with your own struggles. And yeah, man, yeah, your uncle's a dope dude. So we're talking about he's going to Belize?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's dope.
Yeah, they're
full time? Like, or
they're retiring and going to Belize.
Good for him, dude. I love every second of that.
He was like, yeah, you don't want a belt, now I'm done. Like,
when's he leaving?
Middle of next year.
I got to get him on the podcast before he leaves.
I don't know.
Fuck yeah.
You know, he's going to watch this. So.
Yeah.
You know, people like him and you yelling, we did not drive 4 hours to lose, AJ. That will always, like, I have the video. If I had my other phone, I'd show you. Like, you're screaming. Like, I walk out and I let Buddy hit me. And you knew what my MO was. I come out, I let people hit me, and then I get started.
I feel that.
And then, like, you're like, all right, don't let him hit you no more. And then you're like, we did not drive 4 hours to lose, AJ. And I'm just like, he's right. So, I mean, it was that, man. It was those moments, you know, that I'm still like, I still think I'm that fighter, you know what I mean? So then people are like, bro, you're ranked this in the state, you're international, you're the champion, and I'm just like, bro, I'm still like.
That's because you're still in the moment, right? So you're not focused on it, and I think that is the other way to get better, because you're not worried about all that. That's talk right now. Once the sun is settled, or once the sun's gone down and the dust is settled, and you're, you know, doing your promotion thing, you're doing everything you want to do after fighting, then you can be like, you know what, I did that shit.
Right.
I did that shit, right? My fighting stint was very short, but there's certain things that people can't take away from you. And getting out there, doing that tournament, fighting twice in one weekend, doing the damn thing, right? Getting in there.
Day.
Yeah. Well, no, it was twice. It was only it was Saturday and Sunday. I was supposed to fight 3 times, but the guy who beat Ethan, I think broke his foot actually hitting Ethan with a head kick. Okay. And so I was supposed to fight that guy, which I would have loved that because then I would have been able to redeem my teammate and then I still would have won the belt. But like that can't be taken away from you, right? Regardless of how small or the insignificance of it in the grand scheme of things, whatever. Can't nobody take that away. No matter what, you're always going to have that bronze medal from Team USA. Like, again, those things are just cool. And it's cool to hear these stories again because it reminds me of who I was back in the day, again. Because we talk about, it's funny because it is that reminder that, because again, I'm healing up. I'm taking a bunch of time off, getting stem cells next week. By the time this podcast comes out, I'd already had stem cells and in process of recovering and getting ready for next year. And to get back, I competed 11 times this year.
Yeah, so you was on the road, big dog.
Competed 11 times this year, but I would say the second half of the year, every match, it was like, dude, please just let me make it to the match. Oh, okay. Let me just make it to the match. I just got to make it to the match. And finally, this last one, I was like, all right, I'm done not listening to my body. And so getting stem cells next week. And then next year we come back. And I'm going to channel the guy you're talking about because I've had such an issue making that guy transition. Because you've seen it, dude. You know, you and Brandon know better than anybody on this planet who Jordan can be when y'all trigger a certain aspect of it, right? And I haven't been able to transition that into jiu-jitsu because it's fun. Playing jiu-jitsu is fun for me, right? You just tap. Something happens, you just tap, right? It's fun, right?
Right.
Fighting is not. I mean, it's fun, but the repercussions are very painful.
I'm having fun when I'm dancing, walking out. You know what I mean? Like I'm having fun.
But in the moment, the shit hurts.
No, like I'm not in the ring going ha ha ha. Even though I'm in there smiling, it should. It hurts. It's like, why do you smile? Because I don't ever wear a mouthpiece when I train, so my mouth is naturally open. You know what I mean? No, I'm not having a ball in here. You get what I mean? Even if I'm in here winning, it's still like, no. So I don't know that feeling. But to hear it, it's like, that's, damn. I'm with you, big dog. Like I don't, since I'm not making that transition into grappling in the grappling world, and we all know I'm not going to do that. So, I respect everybody who does it. I will come and support you. I will be, I'll be your best fan. But y'all got it. Y'all got it.
But that shit's good.
I ain't even on that no more. When I was new in Muay Thai, I'm like, I bet y'all do like touching on each other. I was that guy. But now I'm just like, no, I understand the ability that it provides to save your life. You know what I mean? And my backup to that is if we get past stand up, you know what I mean? Then, I got to shoot you.
Yeah.
Because the first step is just resolution, just as a grown adult. Let's just resolve this and keep on going about our day. You know what I mean? And then if we somehow progress to, mutual combat in Texas, you get what I mean? Okay, cool. But then like, even if you're getting the best of me, you got me. You get what I mean? But then if it's like more than, I'm just gonna shoot you. It's just like,
we live in Texas.
It is what it is.
We live in Texas.
So that's, what do you think is, man, I don't even know. Cause the aggression that you need for, standing up, I can't personally find that in anything that I see that I do now. You know what I mean? So if you're saying that you can't find it in actual jiu-jitsu, it's like,
well, see, it's not that I haven't. There's been moments, right? There was a moment at Open Mat. I apologize if you ever listen to this. I'm sorry for what I did. This guy was throwing around my boat. You remember Skinny Drew? Not Muay Thai Drew. not Muay Thai skinny Drew, but the slightly less skinny Drew.
The only Drew I remember is the one who went to do roofing and
nonetheless. So
skinny Drew.
That Drew will actually be on the podcast here soon. That's cool.
Okay.
But nonetheless, there was another Drew in jiu-jitsu who was the homie. Sweet guy, right? Jiu-jitsu. So here's the difference between striking and grappling. Well, maybe not, but no, it's not. It's not different at all. But most of the people, I guess, for people who don't know, people who get into martial arts typically were either bullied, struggling with self-confidence, don't fit in, like they never had a circle. Right? They just had a bunch of different ones and they were kind of like, yeah, you know, I fuck with y'all a little bit. I fuck with a little bit of y'all over here. Right? We always like bounced around. At least that was, you know, my experience. Right? Like it was always like I'd hang out with dudes who, you know, I was on the football team. So we'd hang out with jocks and then I'd turn around and hang out with the kids playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Like it was just always how it was. And so those are the typical people coming into a martial arts gym. There's very few people typically, and you know, they might step in day one with a specific attitude of like, I'm gonna learn how to beat someone's ass, then they get the ass whooped and they're like, oh, never mind, right? You know, we had
run into gym enforcers. They run into gym enforcers.
Uzi.
Yeah, I mean, they run into gym enforcers.
I remember Uzi coming in, right? And for those who don't know Uzi, he's probably 6'1", 240, 250.
On a light day.
Great genes, athletic as shit, strong as fuck. And he was like a week or two in and he was like, Coach, I'm ready to whoop y'all's ass. And I remember being there.
I was there. I was there.
Oh, you were there.
I was
there.
there.
That's right.
Because right after you did it, I was like, okay, come on. Like, so I was there. We were still there.
Yeah.
So, because remember, he left when we left.
Yeah, the band was still together. So the band was together and he was like, Coach, I'm ready to whoop some ass. And we're like, all right, you got us first. Well, I beat the...
It was me and you. I remember it. Like
I beat the brakes off that man.
Leg kick.
Yep. It was a bad day for him the next day. He was not walking.
Yeah, no.
Like, look. And so the people who typically come to martial arts gyms are typically, again, people bullied, low self-confidence, etc. They come in there, they're looking for something, they're trying to be a part of something. And boy, I went off on this tangent and I forget what the fuck I was going with this. What were we talking about?
You went right back to your point, but I was.
But what was the point that I was trying to make?
People come in with a certain mentality. That's where you went.
Fuck it, I don't know, dude. Anyway, so AJ,
we were talking about jiu-jitsu and that mentality.
The story of me. Yeah. So
I was
the
like,
times it's triggered in jiu-jitsu. Yeah. Okay, so my boy Drew, we're at open mat, and this guy is just fucking just trying to ragdoll him.
Right.
Now, granted, in the guy's defense, he was fairly new. He wasn't purposely trying to hurt him, but from an outsider's perspective, especially when it's your boy.
That's I don't care.
When it's your boy, I don't care what your...
I
didn't care what your intentions were. It's what happened. What was happening. Yeah,
that's what
right?
I saw.
And so, I mean, 6 straight minutes of him just trying to like there's ways that we play jiu-jitsu that is within jiu-jitsu, right? Otherwise, we just gonna fight. Right? And so it looks like you're trying to fight right now, right? Like you're bringing that same kind of level of aggression that, you know, typically when we're rolling in jiu-jitsu and we're just rolling, that's not how we're trying to play with each other. We're just trying to pause. Damn, dude. Jiu-jitsu's never beaten the allegations, dog. Shit.
Hey, you got it.
Damn,
you got
dude.
It.
And so anyway, so he's just that's like the 5th clip in 2 episodes, bro. I'm cooked.
Listen, you got it. Start your empire now, Diddy.
So he's just manhandling my boy. And he had already been notorious for going hard with a lot of people. And so as soon as the round ended, I did the scoop. You know, it's the same thing in Muay Thai. As soon as the bell rings and that minute break begins, you already know where you're going. You make eye contact.
I mean,
you know, and immediate, like we're talking about 58 seconds on the clock, and you're like, hey. We got the round. We got the next round.
I learned from like you gotta understand. I watched you and coach and other people, and then I watched you, coach, and Megan. You get what I'm saying? That was a little Muay Thai from what I saw. Yes, Olivia and other people came in, you know what I'm saying? They were fighters, but that's what I saw on the business side of things. So I took little pieces from each and every one of y'all and made my own little thing in how I move. So yes, bro, like from one gym enforcer to another gym enforcer, like there's a reason certain people aren't at our gym now who came with when we left. You get what I'm saying? Because it's just like, you're not about to do A, B, and C. And it's not just because I didn't do A, B, and C. It's when I did do A, B, and C, if I did do A, B, and C, then I got dealt with a certain kind of way because that's what this environment calls for. And if I didn't do A, B, and C, I saw how such and such got dealt with. You get what I mean? And I just happened to, we just happened to choose to be gym enforcers. You get what I'm saying? So as soon as somebody's like, hey, bro, yeah, I think it's time. I had to go through it with you. You get what I think I want to fight. All right, come on. You want to fight? Boom, 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 boom. You sure you want to fight? Yeah, I do. Come on. So it is what it is, you know, and that's how I have now based my friendships in the fight world on and what level I put people at. You get what I mean? And if you want to get in the ring, then I treat you a certain kind of way. If you don't, then I treat you a certain kind of way.
Of course.
Like, and if I see you ragdolling you, I'm going to do what you did. You know what I mean? And it's just like, it's a certain respect. And it's like, I love seeing a new person walk in just because I want to watch what they're going to do. Like, which path are you going to take naturally without any influence? Because we all can come in and say, don't do A, B, and C.
The martial arts gym, the way that it's supposed to work, I mean, the way that it does work or should work is the same way real life should work. Unfortunately, nowadays, accountability is far and in between.
Say it again?
Accountability.
Okay, that word.
Far and in between. Accountability.
People can't put the A to the Y.
Boy. So it's far and in between. But martial arts gyms still got accountability. And they're still, like, it's not necessarily like it's a hierarchy. It's just the fact that, like, there's some people you just got to respect. Because if you don't respect them, you signed the waiver. And if you're about to do that round, it's going to be a bad day.
So why did I used to get in trouble for saying
Which
that?
part?
That part right there.
I didn't think, there was no part of me ever mad at AJ Berry.
How many times have you heard me screaming, they signed a waiver?
I was not mad at AJ Berry. I had AJ Berry's back.
Yes,
the gym was boring as fuck after AJ Berry left. I was all for it. It's the same reason why I got fired. Because I had the same mindset. I digress. So I see him just launch my boy around. Buzzer goes off, immediate butt scoot over. Hey, we're next.
Yep.
And so, I'm doing the walk. When I start walking in the S, my face changes. As soon as the bell rung, I launched this man. Launched him and subbed him within probably like 10, 15 seconds.
You didn't play with him?
No. Again, I was taking that day that you and I, not in the ring, not that day.
That's when you channeled it.
But you and I, when we were on the mats.
Yeah, I remember.
That day.
You had on the pads, reds, everything.
I took that day.
Oh, okay.
That was the kind of enforcement that was coming, right?
Quick and in a hurry.
Launched that man, right? And I tapped him probably 7, 8, 9 times in a 5-minute round. And afterwards, I'm like, hey,
this is why I did that to you.
You have to explain.
Yes.
If you don't explain, then no one learns, and now you're just being mean.
And I had to learn that.
Yeah, now you're just being mean. If you're not explaining it, then no one's learning nothing, and now you're just being a dick.
Right.
After the round, I'm like, hey, when someone's smaller than you, you don't get to just launch them around like they're a play toy. Like, what are we doing here? And then I feel bad because he was like, what? We weigh about the same. But he didn't look like, in his shirt, he looked like he looked like he was my size. And skinny Drew probably like 140 soaking wet. And so I was like,
I think Drew's less than 140.
Nah, he competed at like 145, something like that. Yeah. But nonetheless, part of the story is that he ended up being the same size as Drew. I apologize. But he still was rolling around like a dick, and so I threw him around.
So it's funny that you say that, right? Because we have these we are dangerous. Because I've heard your other podcasts. I've heard you talk to Brandon. I heard you talk to other people, and one of the things that I've seen is the statement of fighters are dangerous. From people who don't fight. You get what I mean? People who don't do what we do, they have this perception overall.
Yeah.
So when I hear that, it's like we have that perception, but in our own realm. You know what I mean? Like, no, like I'm ready to fight anytime we're in this bubble. You get what I'm saying? So if you want to be that guy, then come here. You know what I'm saying? Or if I perceive something that I maybe didn't perceive correctly, we're in that realm. I have every right to come over and go, yeah, let's go around. You get what I'm saying? Because I've been that guy. You get what I'm saying? And people be like, why you beating up on, like he was doing, but we're the same size. Like Mateo, when I came in, right, and you can speak to a fact because you watched both of us grow over the last 3.5 years. When I came in, me and Mateo started 2 weeks before I did, right, at John's. And so we were about the same level, essentially. He could learn fast. You get what I'm saying? Yes, I had a little bit of experience out of that, but he could learn so fast. So when we're going, we're boom, 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 boom. And you remember the first couple of weeks, and I go, why do you have headgear on? Like what are you doing? And mind you, I came in with the cloth shins. Guards, yeah. Like I came in, we had been banging in the garage. Like I was used to just thumping, like just raw,
CTE speed run,
man,
bro.
just pure boom, boom, boom. So taking a hit, you hit me, and I'm just gonna smile because I'm like, I've been getting hit by 240 for a year and a half. So then it's like, okay, but then I go to him and I'm just like, boom, 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 and he's boom, 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 and we're back and forth, and I'm just like, man, why do you have hair gear on? He goes, I'm 15.
Yeah, bro, he was a kid. He's still a kid.
Bro, I'm 31 years old, beating up on a kid, and not even
thumping with a kid,
not even
bro,
knowing. Yeah. So it's like in that realm, yeah, we can be dangerous, but we all signed the waiver, like you said. So it's fun because I'm like, yeah, we can be, but then on the street, no, of course not. Everybody knows that. But in that world, oh no, everything is eat or be eaten. You know what I mean? Especially when we're in the same disciplines. Like when me and you were both doing Muay Thai, it was like, no, when we come to the gym, we're going to get at least 2-3 rounds in. Iron sharpens iron. It is what it is. You know what I mean? So I love that fact that we have that dual personality in it and know when to cut it on and cut it off. But we all have moments where we've had to go check somebody and then realize like, maybe I was out of pocket.
Hey, but I was briefly, Taylor and I had this discussion yesterday. It's like, how else do you stop evil men? If you make all the good men soft as fuck, how can you possibly stop someone who genuinely doesn't give a fuck about anyone else? You can't.
Exactly.
And so what separates the good men from those evil men is the fact that we can turn it on and off and they just can't. It's just always on and they're just a complete dick all the time for no reason. But if we didn't have the ability to then turn it on, then evil wins every time.
Simple math.
It is. And that's why testosterone, TRT, is getting the black label removed. Or let me rephrase that. There's a push now. The FDA heard a case today or this week for the plead for TRT to be with the black label, which is what the COVID vaccine is getting. It's been a great week, dog. The COVID vaccine is getting the black label, and there's a push to make TRT not a controlled substance so it can be prescribed easier and more. It is also to remove the claim that it causes prostate cancer because that has been widely disproven. It's not the case. That's not what happens. What happens is that, yes, there is potential there for an enlarged prostate, but no matter the dosage, doesn't matter if it's low, medium, superhuman, it does not grow past a low dosage. It doesn't continue to grow. And there's always just been this misnomer or this, poor outlook on people doing TRT when we know that testosterone is tied to depression through and throughout. They literally help veterans with PTSD with testosterone and psychedelics.
Yep.
Those two things are goated.
Absolutely.
They're goated. They're undefeated. Like they're undefeated. Proven through time.
That's simple.
And we're seeing this place where we're all being affected by environmentals, glyphosate, freaking Roundup, freaking all these things being sprayed on our food, processed foods, all these things that are fucking with our endocrine system. And so you got men who are 20 years old walking around with the testosterone of a 70-year-old man. And if it's been they've been like TRT and just testosterone in general has been shunned for so long that these men think if they jump on TRT that it's for some reason bad or they're cheating or they're whatever, right? For one, testosterone is not an anabolic steroid, okay? Testosterone's already in the body.
Right.
Shutting off your body's natural testosterone and then pumping in testosterone is not necessarily cheating unless you were taking a very large dose and now your testosterone is like 1,300 again. But overall, from a health standpoint, most men, obviously there's exceptions, some people can't medically, but most men past a certain age should be on TRT because that is just what we need in order to feel good for the long term.
It's the equivalent of saying you don't need proteins in your body if you have a lack of protein.
I'm not working out, so I don't need protein.
Like,
no, your body just needs protein
you get what I mean?
To live.
It for me, because I'm not into all of it too crazy. You know what I'm saying? My thought process is this, because I know we were kind of talking about like vaccinations and stuff like that, and I know we haven't talked about this too much, but like I am a believer of time, right? So
go
and I'm not talking like, oh, it's this time, you know what I mean, and be on time.
No.
But
sample.
Oh, thank you. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
And modern medicine is what I'm going to call it. There's always been medicine. You get what I'm saying? This is the first time in history that modern medicine, the medicine that is going on, is different than before. That makes sense.
In what way?
So, turmeric, let's take that. Okay. Turmeric can do a lot of different things for your skin,
great supplement,
for your body, for a bunch of different things, right? How long has turmeric been around?
For a very long time.
The time since the earth. You get what I'm saying?
Probably around here with mushrooms.
Even more.
It's been around for over 4,000 years.
There we go. Okay. Young Taylor at it.
I love it. I appreciate you. So we got 4,000 years, okay? Modern medicine where, let's say use it for, my mother uses turmeric soap, right?
Okay.
Right? Uses it on her skin. The dark marks have went away from like popping pimples or acne and stuff like that, right? Mother is 55, looks like she's 32. She looks younger than me.
Black don't crack though. I mean, this is a bad
yes and no. You get my point. But
that's awesome. But shout out to Mom.
White, black, yellow, green, like the people that I have seen have the same amount of, you can't tell. You get what I'm saying? It removes certain features. Yeah. So if that has been going on and been used for years, and then now you got proactive and all these chemicals, which is different than the last 3,800 years. You get what I'm saying? Because the last 200 years of medicine, let's just call it that. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
My thing is the sample size, like you said, is so much bigger. So I'd be a fool not to look at these things and look at everything. Like I know, like you pretty sure you heard of Dr. Sebi.
No, I don't. Let's pull up a picture. Who?
Dr. Sebi, S-E-B-I.
S-E-B-I, Dr. Sebi.
He's the man that apparently, allegedly cured HIV and AIDS.
With he made the drug, or he does like a home remedy?
In the home remedy categories,
Okay,
absolutely.
because I was about to say the HIV drug itself is killing more people than HIV. But
Yeah.
you
Is
know,
it Alfredo Bonus?
That's him. I don't. Yeah, but herbalist. So somehow he mysteriously died, but breaks down a lot.
you don't.
I know, right?
You don't say, AJ.
Oh man,
Was he cutting into companies' profits by chance?
was he hurting the needs for refills?
Was he providing counter information?
So
no.
He allegedly, we want to say allegedly, had this herbalistic cure for a lot of different things, such as, making sure that you get all the mucus out your body and just different things of that nature. And to me, I would be a fool not to look into all of it, modern and past. You get what I mean?
Course.
And when I look at my sample size, it's like, well, I mean, people have been alive for a long time. And yes, people is living a little longer now, but the quality of life at the age of 40 compared to somebody who lived back then, it's like, what are we really doing? And it's a real touchy subject for me, because I'm like, at this point, I mean, we grew up seeing commercials of take this medicine, take this medicine, take this medicine, take this medicine. And in our lifetime, we have seen the recall commercials for that medicine.
Or just the repercussions.
Did you take this medicine and receive a heart attack, strokes? We have all seen that.
Yeah.
And now they have all these, that's why the list get longer, they get shorter, they get, with the talking at the end. It causes this, it causes that, it causes that. So, me, you know what, coach? I'm cool. I'm going to step out the game. You get what I mean? And I'm going to look at everything. So, like I said, I'm not dived into what studies are going on, what people are saying, per se on a daily basis as much as you're informed. But I know that I have a very, they say black people scared to take shots.
So actually, it's funny that you say this, because I was going to ask this question, right? As a black man.
Go ahead. I love it. We always have these conversations.
As a black man, right? Because there is no question that a lot of these things are definitely pushed at the black community. It's no question.
Absolutely.
And obviously, you being able to you being out of that, in the sense of like you've now kind of broken through that, that preferred, that, what is the word? That wall, right? You're breaking through that wall, and you've stepped on that other side, right? Stepping on the other, like how did you get to that point? Because the people who are affected the most negatively tends to be black communities when it comes to sickness, right? COVID disproportionately fucked up the black community.
Absolutely.
The flu, all these things. And so all this marketing is constantly pushed that way, right? Like, get your flu shot, get the COVID vaccine,
Absolutely.
Get this, get that. And even though we know about what happened in Oklahoma and how, what was it, syphilis? What was it?
Tuskegee experiment.
Tuskegee, Oklahoma. Yeah, we know about that. And we know that, but yet it's so pushed towards the black community that the black community still believes largely in a lot of it. To a certain extent.
Yeah, to a certain
right?
extent, absolutely.
Like in terms of like
the not our generation as much.
Correct.
Not our generation. Previous generation, absolutely, completely.
Correct. And so you being in that, potentially on both sides, I don't know if your parents were always like that or if something happened to them where they started to have a different mindset shift, but breaking through that wall and getting on the other end, what was that for you? Like what?
So you kind of mentioned one of them. Like, I mean, I grew up, really once I got to college, I really started learning about black history for real. And learning about the Tuskegee experiment. That's not the first. That's not the last. No. That's,
No, Bill Gates has been in Africa doing that shit for a long time.
Listen,
Mr. Fauci.
No comment.
What they did to the homeless kids in New York.
That's actually been nice. That's actually been nice.
What? Oh, yeah.
That's been nice.
Dude, what they did, dude.
I mean,
Sorry, I digress.
No, you're good, Big Dog. To that kind of situation, Tuskegee experiment would be one building block. My parents weren't as conscious as I am on stuff that we're talking about, so I can't even say, but it's always just been a stigma of Black folks don't go to the doctor, essentially. You hear one story and it spreads around like a wildfire, okay? So especially in the Black community. So for me, it was just unless you break a bone, you know what I mean? Unless your heart's falling out, you're not going to the doctor. Whether that's financial status, whether that's belief, whether that's, just because your parents were shitty, whatever. But what it is when we got a code, my mother would get Father John, put some Vicks on your chest, put some Vicks on your eyes so your ass was going to sleep. You get what I'm saying? When people talk about voodoo and hoodoo and all that stuff without bringing witchcraft and different things into it, and you're talking about medicine and this, that, and the other, well, when you put stuff into a bowl and mix it and you drink that as tea, isn't that, like a spell, a cauldron? I may be pushing it, but it's all stemming from past things that now we call certain names like voodoo, hoodoo, this, that, and the other. So in the Black community, there are more home remedies. You get what I'm saying? For you having something going on. And so that takes you away from medical care. And then like having a child, like my son's 11 and he's not vaccinated. I wish you would. Like, I saw the studies and made my own conclusion of vaccination in autism.
Yeah, so let's talk about that. I want to dive in because something came out 2 days ago, finally. An undeniable study. There is no more question. We don't have to, we're no longer pseudoscientists. We're no longer science deniers. We're no longer anti-vaxxers, because here we are. Two things happened this week. The COVID vaccine study from Stanford talking about it is killing people.
Absolutely.
It did make your cells turn on your heart, which, by the way, we've been talking about since 2021, but, I digress.
Our generation knew that it was bull.
Look, I said this on, we had Abraham the Mountain on, Abe LaMontoya, and he was in a PhD program. He was studying stem cells, viruses. He was a molecular biologist or a biologist. And we talked about this. If you sit here and wait for a peer review study, you're going to be like 20 years behind, because science doesn't work like that. If you want a true peer review study, and if that's the only thing that's going to change your mind, you're going to be 20 years in the past, because it doesn't work like that. And we're seeing that this week. The COVID study took 6 years, and they weren't even going to release the information. But obviously, with the change of administration and...
What up, y'all? I know, interrupting the conversation again. I apologize. Not really, though, because I want to talk to you about a great product. Redmond's toothpaste. I know this is kind of silly, recommending a toothpaste, but dude, it has completely changed the way my mouth feels. It is a fantastic toothpaste. It's way better than any other toothpaste I've used, and that's just the truth. So you can get yours now as a What's Up Brodey listener. You can get 15% off with code Brodey, or you can follow my bio in my Instagram to check out, and that'll also get you 15% off. Now back to the conversation.
It, for better or worse, you can say whatever you want to say about RFK and what he believes with Wi-Fi and all that. You can say whatever the fuck you want. The fact of the matter is that man pumped out 20 pull-ups at 75, 76 years old in the middle of an airport. Miss me with all the other bullshit. Nonetheless, 2 things came out this week. The COVID study from Stanford and the Henry Ford medical study for children's vaccines. And what they came out with, it was a 16-year study with over 16,000 children. And what they came to the conclusion is that overall health, children who are unvaccinated are far healthier than children who are vaccinated. Now, we can now have a conversation because now we have a baseline of facts.
Absolutely.
Now we can talk about risk versus reward. Is the risk of getting the polio vaccine greater than getting polio? Now we can have a conversation, right? It's not about being an anti-vaxxer. It's not about, oh, fuck all that, I'm not doing it. And of course there are people like that. But the majority of us, at least in our generation at this point, we're just asking questions. We just want to fucking know. We just want to know because we've now lived through bullshit after bullshit after bullshit after bullshit. We have the internet.
Yeah,
right.
We were
the
here
generation.
Before.
Yeah,
we were here
yeah.
after,
The generation before us, they didn't have the internet until very recently. So of course, it was a lot harder. They didn't know what to believe. You're just trying to do the best that you can, and then so forth and so forth. Before that, you're going off of the trust. You're like, oh, these are the people I'm supposed to trust.
Right.
The experts say.
It's my environment.
The experts say. Right. And so here we are now. We have the internet, and the internet is goated and has been something that the deep state or the one world government or the World Economic Forum, whoever they are, never could imagine how difficult it was going to make all this shit for them. They couldn't have imagined.
Can't hide it.
They couldn't have imagined because, boy, I can't imagine the money they use on that propaganda train because they have to be going crazy because so again, I posted it on my Instagram today. This is not about being an anti-vaxxer versus a vaxxer. For one, choosing one or the other is stupid because the tuberculosis vaccine is very effective. And you know what the only country is that doesn't provide that vaccine? The US. We're the only major country that does not give out the tuberculosis vaccine. You know how many cases of tuberculosis there is every year?
Everybody.
6 million.
Right.
Yeah. You know how many polio cases there are? Fucking damn near none.
Right.
There was 0 polio deaths worldwide. There was 500 cases of polio that led to paralysis where the majority of them recovered.
Absolutely.
And so now, we now have both sides of the coin. All right, do I want my kid to get polio? No. But what is the risk versus reward? So now I can go, okay, there's this many cases of this, but here are the numbers and the percentages of what could happen if you do get the polio vaccine.
Right.
And so now we can go to our pediatrician. We can have a real conversation face to face and be like, you know what, man, I don't know if that's really worth it.
Yep.
I don't know if that's really worth it, right? MMR, measles, mumps, and
rubella.
Yeah, and rubella. Most mump cases, allegedly, 94% is caused by the vaccine. 97% of polio cases are caused by the vaccine. These things are still around because we're putting make
it make sense. So if you go right now and you sneeze on somebody who's been in the house all day, you get what I mean? You just gave them something, right? You just transferred. So you're going to take somebody who has nothing in their system, hasn't even built an immunity to anything in their system, and then you're going to say, okay, now go fight this. To me,
that seems crazy.
It's not. It doesn't seem crazy. It is crazy.
Yeah,
it's not.
That's fair.
It's I'm not.
That's fair.
Let's take it to the real world. It's listen. I am an adult. I have a child. I'm raising a child. Let's be realistic. When we go outside, I'm going to tell my son that the sky is blue, and there's clouds in the sky. You can say it's green, and I'm going to let you say it's green. And everybody's going to call you a dumbass. And I'm going to tell you everybody's going to call you a dumbass. So when I was talking earlier about being removed, it's like you just told me that you're giving my child, even with animals, like when they get a parvo, the vaccine for parvo is parvo. Like, my dog got parvo, and I was like, well, do I give them the vaccine now? They just happen to get it. You get what I mean? And it was like, do I give them the vaccine now? Because you're going to kill them. I was like, wait a minute. So they got parvo. And if I give them the vaccine that would have stopped them from getting parvo, it's going to kill them. So what if I would have gave them the vaccine first and they still got parvo? Like, because people get vaccines and still get stuff. So it's like,
especially the COVID one where it makes you get COVID more.
I have my grandfather's tatted right here because I lost my grandfather from COVID through that. And I mean, I sat there and
he got the vaccine?
Yeah. And just like everybody else who, as I look at it, I think 60-70% of people who got the vaccine are going to just, to me, checkmate in early grave, if you ask me. You get what I mean?
I fucking hope not, because yeah.
It's just my opinion. You get what I mean? And I understand some people have to do it for work. I understand that some people have to do it for this. I understand some people have to do it for that. You get what I mean? There are no bunk beds and caskets. So but when you think about it, there are your wife, your girl, your parents, your friends, me, nobody else is going to be in there but you. So kind of the conversation I was having earlier with a friend, it's like you have to be selfish in a way to make decisions for yourself, for your longevity. You get what I mean? Because I can't drink this cup of coffee if I'm not here. You get what I mean? So that's my opinion. I just I was shook when I learned about the Tuskegee experiment in college. You get what I'm saying? So I had vaccinations growing up. You get what I mean? Like, my mom wasn't that person. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? And it wasn't until I learned about that and then doing my own research that I decided not to vaccinate my son. I can count on one hand how many times my son has sneezed. You get what I mean? And he's 11 years old. I mean, 8 more years, that's an adult in this world. You get what I'm saying? So it's like,
yeah, 8 more years, you made it. Hey, can you pull up the Henry Ford Health so we can talk about the numbers, please?
So it's
I'm trying to find it. I can't find the specific.
It's on Twitter. You'll definitely find it on Twitter.
It's very interesting to the point of, I'm glad 11 years ago I was informed enough to make that decision, because my son's mother was the one who was ahead of my time.
Dude, you were way ahead of the curve. Like, 11 years ago is kind of crazy.
And I was put on by her. You know, God bless to her. Really? And,
How did she find out?
And she knows I got mad love for her. That is my son's mother. He wouldn't be here. You know the love that you have, for the person that brought your daughter into this world. So you get it. But she just was very adamant. And like she had her own religious beliefs. She had her own.
How'd you feel about it at the time? Because you said you learned about the.
I personally, at the time frame, kind of how you see me take fighting, bro, with an open hand. I may not be comfortable hearing what I'm hearing, doing.
It's an uncomfortable conversation.
I may not be comfortable hearing what I'm doing and hearing what I'm hearing and doing what I'm doing, but I'm gonna give it the ear and the eyes and the attention to, okay, let me see how this works out. You get what I'm saying? Because there's still a time frame where you can still do all these things if you choose to opt out. And since I knew I still had those constraints, and I was like, okay, I still got time. And then I'm looking at my child, and there is no developmental issues. There's nothing, you get what I mean? And then I look at other children who, same age range, and not saying that they have developmental issues, but they chose to go a different route. You get what I mean? And it's like, okay, well, I'm glad that I wasn't so, beating my chest. That's my child. No, we're going to do what my parents did. I was never stuck in my way in that time or this time now, where it was my way or the highway type mentality. And I think a lot of people have that with this kind of subject. You're just like...
Do you remember what she said or what she told you that really made you go, Was it just the fact that you knew you had some time, right? Like knowing that, okay, let's see how it goes, we'll give it a year, make sure she doesn't get sick, and then we can make an adjustment or whatever. Like, was there something that she had provided to you that you were like, that really just kind of made you maybe either do deep dive on your own?
Yeah.
Like,
so I can't pinpoint, but I will say that she did a lot of. My son's mother sends a lot of stuff. Like I got a post from earlier today where she was like, top 10 AI websites children should be using. Like that, we send stuff like that to each other, and we've done that for years. And one thing that has always stuck in my mind was the vaccines that children get at the age of about 2 before the blood-brain barrier is formed causes autism. That's what she said. That's what I can remember hearing. And it wasn't until I got with my ex-wife and we watched a documentary called Vaxxed that they were kind of breaking it down. And that's what made me dive deeper. My son was already not vaccinated when I actually got all my information. But with my son's mom, it was certain. I gave on what your religion is your religion. Your beliefs are your beliefs. I didn't give on the time that I spent. I wanted 50% of that man's time. It was that simple. Anything else you can have, I don't care. You get what I mean? You want me to get clothes? You want me to pay? I didn't care. For me, it was I need 50% of that man's time since we're not together. You get what I mean? So I do remember her saying like, yo, that vaccination can cause autism because they're getting so much. Or if you do want to do it, then it's funny. If you do want to do it, then we need to discuss it.
Hey,
what was my response? I know. You get what I'm saying? So that's a text message.
it's crazy that you just had that on deck.
I just registered him for school.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So now I'm committed.
Oh, she's talking. Oh, like right now.
Yeah, she was still making sure that we're still in line from 11 years ago, essentially. And it's
I respect it.
It was. You see, mine was simple. I know. Like we haven't had this open like dialect conversation, and I'm gonna send it to her, and she listens. She'll be like, okay, well, we never need to have that conversation anyway, because me and her feel the same. But she doesn't know that it wouldn't have started without her being as conscious as she was. She went to school for environmental science. She got a master's and a bachelor's doing that stuff. She's conscious. So that's why you can build a foundation for my child, and he could have been with you for those years when we were doing the back and forth, because I see that you build a great, caring, emotional foundation. Now it's time for daddy to come in and boom, you know what I mean? So hearing that from her, ex-wife was kind of on the same thing, but she was, speaking in the terms of future planning and children and vaccination and stuff like that. But, she had got the COVID vaccine, but she had got it for her job. So, and then now that's a talking point as far as it relates to anybody that I, have a relationship with. It's like, hey, listen, I have a breathing witness right here. You get what I mean? Then I meet other people like you and, your lady. And it's like, hey, we operate in this fashion. You get what I mean? And I think 2-3 generations down from where we are now, they will actually see those benefits. You get what I mean? Because like you said, it's going to take you 20 years to get a case study done. You know what I mean? It's just what it is.
It takes a long time. As it should. I mean, it should take a long time.
Right.
That's why the COVID vaccine never made sense in the first place, because it didn't take a long time.
That... And people joke about it, bro. Like, and I forget the black-white thing. You get what I mean? To me, anybody would look at that and go, okay, wait a minute. If you can fix something that you guys are saying is an epidemic, you get what I mean, a pandemic, you get what I'm saying, that quickly, then why do I still need refills for depression? Why do I still need refills for, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
for
why haven't you fixed nothing else?
Get what I mean? And I'm glad I was so open-minded enough to just look at it and go, you just told me the sky was green. I'm clearly looking at it being blue. Like, I'm not, you know what I mean? And I've never been a big prescription. If I got a headache, guess what? I just got a headache. You get what I'm saying?
Of course.
It just is what it is.
Because your body is sending you a signal. If you have a headache, well, Most of the time, it's just you just didn't drink enough water.
Simple.
It's really that fucking simple. And then if you drink water and the headache's still there, it's probably because you didn't have enough electrolytes.
You're lacking something.
You're lacking something. Your body is sending you a signal. And the signal is not, let's go take ibuprofen, let's go take a leave. That's not the signal. The signal is, let's fix the root problem. The root problem is you're dehydrated. You have no sodium in you. You don't have any magnesium or potassium in you.
Your iron's low.
Your body is telling you, hey, fucking take care of me. Not give it a pill.
The creator, whoever that is, whoever you believe, whatever, your fashion of life, there's no way that everything else in this world is a system and humans aren't. Plant system. That there's no possible way. So when a plant is dying, what does it do? The leaves start to turn brown. You know what I'm saying? So there's no way that everything is a system, and then people are just, oh, you're the magical one thing that's not a system.
So it's interesting that you bring this up. Joe Rogan did one of his rare appearances on someone else's podcast. He went on Jesse Michael's podcast. He only does this every once in a while where you actually get to hear people ask him questions. And I'm always fascinated by these episodes because you learn a little bit more and a little bit more tidbits, and you kind of just get a deeper dive into his life because people are trying to, they're trying to figure it out. And he said something that really fucking just, like, I've already known this, and when I say this to you, you will already know this as well, but I want to put this in the perspective for other people who are maybe listening and maybe they've dabbled in psychedelics, or maybe they want to dabble, but they still have that kind of, maybe slight hesitation where they're like,
jump off that cliff and quit being a bitch.
Hey, well, I agree, but let's put it into perspective. And so what he said, I thought was very insightful. He was like, look, and it's exactly to the point you just made. We accept so many things on this earth for their purpose. We accept protein for its purpose. We accept, fats, carbs. We accept trees, leaves, bugs, all these things. We accept their purpose. Why haven't we accepted the purpose of psychedelics that were put here on this earth, that they've been using for thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of years? And when he said that, I was like, because I mean, obviously I already feel this way, but when he said it, I was just like, that is the perspective. That's how you put it into perspective when you're trying to explain it to somebody. Because obviously explaining the experience to somebody that's never done it, they won't believe you, they won't understand, they will say, whatever, you're crazy, that's not what happened, you were just hallucinating. No, that's not what happens. And we actually know that now based on science. We know that when you do DMT, your brain actually goes to a different realm.
Yes.
They're trying to map out the DMT realm. You go somewhere else.
Absolutely.
And science now, again, science will catch up. Like there might,
not in our lifetime.
Not always.
Yeah.
Not always. That's why if you wait too long, you have to go with, there has to be a little bit like, look, when we talk about these things, again, I want to be very clear. It's like, I think everything plays a role. I think technological innovation in the healthcare system has been fantastic, but we're seeing the other end of it in the sense of like some people are, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, we're keeping people alive.
Yeah.
They're not staying alive. Right. They're not living life. We're keeping them alive through technological innovations. Mm-hmm. And that's, in my opinion, it's just not, you're not experiencing life anymore. You're just numb. You are feeling nothing. You're not feeling the feelings that you're supposed to. It's also, I imagine that it would also make it hard to think clearly, because what we're talking about until again this week, it wasn't, a lot of these things that we're talking about is a little bit of anecdotal and a gut feeling. Mm-hmm. And then there's some controversial science that backs these things, right? But a lot of it is anecdotal stories. Mm-hmm. We're just listening to other people have different experiences and being like, oh, that's kind of interesting. That goes against kind of what we've been told for forever. And then you listen and then you hear more stories and more stories and more stories. And you're like, okay, this is more than a coincidence, right?
Yep.
And then again, you stumble across some shady science that's, that people will discredit, saying, oh, it wasn't peer reviewed, or they'll give you whatever reason they want to discount it. And you're like, okay, I kind of makes sense. And then gut feeling. And the one thing the one thing that stressed me the most, and Taylor will tell you, while she was pregnant, I kept telling her, I was like, dude, day one, the fear mongering begins. Literally the second that baby comes out, the fear mongering begins instantly. We're not even talking 24 hours later. There's a nurse in the room talking about, so are you ready to give her the vitamin K shot? Not even within 24 hours, the fear mongering already begins. Like, yo, this baby just
I ain't even signed a birth certificate yet.
She just got here. Relax.
Like, no.
Chill. And it starts right then. The second you say no. Oh, well, do you know what could happen? She could get a blood clot and die. Well, I don't plan on smacking her head against the fucking wall. Like, let's have a real conversation about it. What are the odds here? What are we talking?
What is the difference of that shot going in there from what I'm going to do to this child?
And also, the vitamin K shot has a black box label smacked on it. And they sure as hell make sure to tell you, that's only because of this. Like, miss me with that shit,
no because of this, because of that. Like,
but point of what I'm saying is that, look, there has to be gut feeling.
Yes.
And if you are just dosed up all day long, I'm sure that gut feeling probably goes away. Because I don't think half the shit would be happening right now if everybody was thinking clearly and actually experiencing life the same way.
I look at it as, have you taken ketamine?
No. It's a wild one, yeah?
All right, keep it a buck with you, right?
That's what we're here for.
Yeah. So,
and he allegedly took ketamine.
No, I fought 100 milligrams. I'm not allegedly nothing.
I'm being silly.
No, I ain't allegedly nothing. 100 milligrams in the shot.
I don't know how much that is, but that sounds like a lot.
No, that is my leg is broken. So
wait,
this is what I'm about to run it. I'm about to run it to you and get your hug again. I know we talking about medicine, so it's in there, right? So I broke my leg, riding a motorcycle. Cool, we all know that. But when they pulled up, morphine, Toradol, both shots back to back. Do. Soon as
you can go that way. Just turn the mic. Wherever you're comfortable. Just
morphine, Toradol, back to back. In the ambulance. So we going
in the what? In the what?
I said ambulance. Run that back as a clip if you want to. I said ambulance because it's ambulance. Ask any of your other fair-skinned melanated guests.
Call me the ambulance.
Man, listen, you better call them quick. Hey, listen, my partner Andrew, shout out to my guy Andrew who was riding with me. But when I said call the ambulance, he ain't go, what? What'd you say?
Imagine, bro. Imagine.
We would have. I got up and walked, so I had enough to at least walk a little bit. But
he's like, what you say?
Like, call the who? You want me to call 911? Yeah, bro, call the ambulance. It is what it is.
You want me to ask who?
Hey, chill. At least I'm not from New Orleans, so that's that Chicago move around the world accent for you. I don't know. You heard what I said. It's accent of your other guests. It's the ambulance. All right, so
AI is gonna love that, dude. It's gonna have no idea how to pronounce that. I mean, how to spell that shit. When I go to do the caption for that clip, the AI is gonna be like, "Oh, well, fucking, I don't know what he said, dude."
It's gonna be AMBALNCCCCC. Like, what'd you say? We didn't get them last couple syllables, my boy. You should hear me speak Spanish.
Oh shit! Okay.
Speaking Spanish with Chicago accent is wild.
Dude, that actually sounds fun.
No, but morphine, Toradol shots. Right when we got in, get to the hospital, and the doc he's so cool, but they X-ray me, and I'll show you the X-rays. But it's like it's broke. You know what I mean? What's the big bone called?
Which one?
On your leg.
Fibula,
tibia. Which one's the big one?
The
shin bone.
The shin bone?
Yes.
Well, the big one is in your quad. And then the bottom one is the Google fingers.
So
She over there.
I broke the little bone. Right, I didn't break the big bone, so I broke the little bone, sheared it straight in half like this. So it was, when they got it, it was like this, and so it looked like one of them fight. Yeah, it was. I was like, ooh, that's ugly. But he comes in, he goes, "We give you some more morphine." I'm like, hey, how much? Where we at? I'm already high as a kite.
You're like, boy.
Mind you, I'm high in the ambulance. So he's like, and then we're gonna give you 100 milligrams of ketamine, and we're gonna reset your leg. What this is going to do, this is going to disconnect your brain from your spinal column so you don't feel anything. So I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not.
He was like, yes, we are.
He goes, have you ever had ketamine before? I go, yeah, on accident. So on my birthday, somebody accidentally was on some bullshit.
Wait, a couple days before?
Yes. So that's a whole nother story. So, right. But it wasn't, this is how you can tell 100 milligrams to like 0.0 milligrams. Because they told me afterwards, and I just was like,
oh, is it?
oh, that's why I felt a little weird. Oh, okay. I thought it was just, a regular blunt. Okay.
So
Yeah. Drove home.
Like a little dope.
Yeah.
They were just joking.
Little,
Like,
and I almost beat the shit out of them too. Because I'm like,
fair.
I don't operate in that kind of space. You get what I'm saying? It's like, nah, bro, you just fucking drugged me.
Yeah, we're
like,
not stand-up comedians.
like, no. Like, and I told him straight up, like I'm driving to the crib, like, hey, bro, like, you lucky I'm heading home and it's my birthday, or I put these hands on you. And I ain't talked to, we ain't been cool since. So keep it a buck. I ain't got no hide, no shade, no nothing.
Pretty valid.
So boom. So the doctor's like, have you had it? And I had already told Unc. You get what I'm saying? So him and Auntie are sitting in the hospital room with me, and I looked over at him and I'm like, yeah, I got slipped a little bit the other day, and we all just started busting out laughing. He's like, so you used to? I said, no, it was like literally slipped to me, like on some bullshit. Like it was my birthday the other day, and somebody was fucked up.
Being cheeky.
Yeah. And so, he's like, well, we're giving you 100 milligrams. And I remember the shot, and I woke up, boot on, leg, goon, and I thought I was RoboCop. I don't know. I thought I was in another dimension. I'm like, people do this for fun? There's no way. Like, you've never been so high that you know that you're high and you can't do anything about it. And there's more that you can't even figure out what you can't do. You get what I'm saying? Like, we've all been that drunk. It's like, God, if I never get this drunk again, we've all been there. Now, imagine that without the spinning and the throwing up. It's weird.
So what was your experience?
It's like, I knew I was on ketamine. I knew I was, but it's like somebody, it's how I could imagine Futurama when the guys' heads are in the water.
I don't know what you're referring to.
You seen Futurama?
Not enough to like sit here and.
Okay. Yeah. Well, the guys they take around presidents' heads in water jugs basically, but they're just head. It's just like the headless horseman. It's just their head.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
So old cartoon.
You felt like you were decapitated.
Like it was just like this, and it was like RoboCop basically. Okay. Like you were in it. Like it's like we're gonna freeze your body and we're gonna wake you up in 3,000 years. Like I'm thinking it's the year like 3,000. Like I'm looking at my auntie and uncle in the corner, and they have like this weird, like they have on their clothes, but I'm not registering. That's regular clothes. You get what I mean? Like I'll show you the video afterwards. Like they have me recorded in the hospital. You get what I mean? And they like it's like 7-8 minutes of them recording me, and this whole time I'm thinking I'm asleep for. They said it in 15 minutes. And I thought I went to sleep. Like, I thought he shot me, and it's like, not an anesthetic, but what they give you when they knock you out?
Anesthesia.
I thought I had anesthesia. So when I woke up thinking I'm waking up from surgery, but now I'm still high as hell. And, like, why am I so high?
Wait, so did you fall asleep?
No.
Okay, so you didn't fall asleep.
They said I literally was like this the whole time. Eyes open, did not blink, did not move. When they said it disconnects your brain from your stem cell, from your brain cell, like physically, like you're not, of course, but it disconnects it. And they were like, no, you literally did not close your eyes. You like they have it on video, and I'm in the bed like this, and they set my leg and do. And I'm just talking. Apparently, when I realized that I was back awake, I kind of started messing with people. You ever come off laughing gas and that, like, them kind of things?
I've never been on laughing gas.
Well, I haven't either, but you've seen the videos of how people coming off from the dentist.
Yeah.
I realized that was going on. So I was that conscious. Mind you, I've done psychedelics. So
Sure.
I have that strong mindset of like, this is a trip, this is this. So I was in the mindset of, I know what's going on, but it took me about 5-10 minutes of being in that bubble of, okay, where am I? Okay, like, and it was just like you couldn't put nothing with anything. It wasn't like a acid trip or a shroom trip. It wasn't like any of that. It was like being in a completely different dimension. Like even Unc was like, I never want to see you that high again. He's like, I never would. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
There was no other way for them to reset your leg?
I don't know, but like when you see it, you're just like, and then I was still out of it, but then I was still like, no, I was like,
When did we start doing that?
What?
When did we start like administrating ketamine like that? Because I did.
Mind you, Matthew Perry died from, they're doing ketamine therapy, bro.
Yeah, they do.
They
That's how
advertise it.
That's how I know of ketamine. Because I have a buddy whose ex-girlfriend was doing ketamine therapy. Shit never seemed like it helped, but
ketamine in a low dose is apparently, from what somebody explained to me, I don't know how credible this is, but ketamine on a low dosage is equivalent to microdosing.
Why would I choose to do ketamine and not just do mushrooms?
As a person who has now been on ketamine for medical reasons, and a person who recreationally does, shrooms, and I mean, not currently, but, in the past, and then, having an acid day back in college, it's like, why would you? You get what I mean? Like, I personally, even on the slip chance of what my ex-friend did, and to now what the doctor did 2 days later went for my accident, it's like neither one of those experiences I'd be like, yeah, I want to do this again. You get what I mean? Nothing about it for me was like, dude, I get on shrooms, I'm cooking a whole meal. You get what I'm saying? I'm looking at the table and looking at the lines dance.
Wait, you can eat while you're on shrooms?
Yeah, I'm a monster.
Bro, there's no way.
Yes.
Dude, food, like, it's crazy to me because I love food.
Yeah, so we see.
But dude, on a dose of shrooms, there's no way.
You should have, yeah. So I have not done shrooms since I've been in the ring. And I'm not talking.
That's fair.
7 and 1. Like since I've started, like I stopped before you cornered me. So it's been years, but before then, yeah, I can eat, I can do all, like,
that's crazy.
You know the circle of friends that we have.
There's just no way.
You get what I'm saying? So of course I got them from different people. You get what I mean? But it's like, nope, I'm still gonna eat.
Damn, that's wild.
Like,
yeah, we have zero desire to eat.
I have.
When you make the chili.
I have.
That is true. I do give her, like, I fuck with her hard. Like, we'll be like, hey, when you gonna make the chili? Because time is all weird. But like, when you gonna make the chili? And then I'll ask her like immediately, when you gonna make the chili? And I'll just be fucking with her, dude. Because I mean, you ever done shrooms like with your partner or spouse?
I heard y'all kind of talking about that on one of your podcasts. No. And
I highly recommend it.
Maybe, possibly. I'm talking to girls about it. I heard y'all talking about it, and I was like, oh, it'll be an interesting conversation. We'll see.
Game changer.
Yeah, I heard the positives. I heard the conversation, so I was like, oh, that's made you connect on a different level. You know what I'm saying? So I got you.
Merged into one.
Right. So for me, when it came to it, I have a very, I agree with Brandon when he said there are no bad trips.
Dude, that was that was an interesting take. That made me rethink the way I think about it too.
Since you've seen the day that I met that man, and I've been with him almost on an everyday basis since then. You get what I'm saying? So we've had that conversation numerous of times, and I'm just like, no, you got a point. You know what I mean? Like, and I use my own example because when I first did any type of hallucination, it was acid, and I know that's a hell of a way to start, right?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, I don't smoke weed, drunk every now and then, but to start on acid as a hallucinogen is just like insane.
That's what I've heard.
It's an insane, crazy
heard.
work. But they was like, it does this. Is you're gonna imagine a mirror on a wall and you paint it, and every time you think of it, you're painting it, and then the paint just drips off of it as soon as you think of something else. And that's how they explained it to me, right? And I'm just like, okay, say that again. So you take a canvas, or you paint on it, and that's your
And
thought.
then just watch it just
And as soon as you think about, I was thinking about the Austin FC, and that's what it just painted. And as soon as I think about the New England Patriots, now it's the New England Patriots. Like, so that's how they explained it to me. So I ended up taking a sheet about like that long. And mind you, I was stupid dumb in college. Who knows? You know what I mean? And then we're smoking spice because my buddy's like, spice induces acid trips. And so... Yeah. But this is what I've learned from that, right? So we're doing this, whole trip, 12, 13 hours, go to camp, go to class the next day, no issues, grades was on point, getting better, the whole night. That's when I realized that I have a different mentality, is what I would call it. I think some people have what they call bad trips is because they lack a certain amount of mental fortitude.
When he said that,
you get what I mean? And I realized that a long time ago, but that wasn't vocalized until hanging around with B, you know what I mean? And for me, like I'm not the psych trip dude. You get what I mean? Like I have done a certain selective list of things. Nothing hardcore, nothing out of pocket, nothing crazy. You get what I'm saying? But I have learned about myself in that, taking what I needed to take from it, and now I can tell the next person, well, I went into it like this, like we're having this conversation, you get what I'm saying? But I also believe that I'm just like, listen, there's one theory that, monkeys took some shrooms and turned into us. There's one theory that, somebody else took some shrooms and did this. And then my thing is this, what's the common factor? You get what I mean?
They all did shrooms.
you get what I'm saying? And it's the same thing with my specialty of everybody knows, like, yo, I am the connoisseur in the weed department. Okay, that is my lane. Like, I couldn't do it at John's, but I can go in my gym now and sit and smoke during a whole level 1, and then go on level 2 and do everything that we were supposed to do. You get what I mean? Because I focus and I function in this kind of way. You get what I'm saying? Some people come in, you can be tripping the balls, you can be drunk, you can do whatever you want to do. You come here sober as hell, but that is my lane. It's not because, I just want to get high. But if you look at the common hemp and hemp products and different derivatives of that plant, you get what I'm saying, in the many forms and ways that it comes, it's been used for years. You get what I'm saying? So I'd be a fool not to indulge in the God's good lettuce of that He put on this earth. You get what I'm saying? Same things with mushroom. Same thing with mushrooms. You get what I'm saying? So
they were put here for a reason.
Exactly. So like, I feel that if it's here, you know what the FDA calls a drug, right? You know the definition of drug with the FDA?
So, there's a very broad.
Pretty much anything that if you extract anything to its form, it's considered a drug now. So you take all the calcium out of an orange, that's a drug technically.
Yeah.
You get what I mean? And so anything that, like, if you were promoting constantly extracting things out, you're gonna get knocked on your door eventually. If you get big, and you know what I mean, local Joe Smo, you know what I'm saying? But if you start, you turn into Dr. Sebi, somebody gonna knock at your door. You get what I mean? Like we said earlier, it's cutting into their pockets. It's all these little things. So my thing is learn what you learn, apply it, you know what I mean? And then use it, and you do a great job of being a 4-point to like, hey, have you thought about this life over here? Like, do you know what this could do for you? And I'm not even just speaking for experience. Like, as a person who's in that realm, I'm the same way. I'm just like,
because if there was a drug that would allow you to feel like how we feel on the other side, everybody would take it. Like, it.
But nobody would make no money.
They wouldn't.
So I want to tie it back to something that you said.
But see, that's not true. That's not true. Because people would make money. They just wouldn't make money from what they're making money on now. Because imagine if you could make money off mushrooms. Imagine if you could make money off weed. So another thing, actually, there was 3 things that happened this week that made it a glorious week. The third thing I didn't confirm, so maybe Taylor can look it up. But allegedly, before Monday, or this upcoming Monday, President Trump is supposed to do an executive order to reclassify marijuana federally. That doesn't mean it's legal. That doesn't mean, but to reclassify.
My senior paper was about declassifying marijuana. So I've been writing about this since 2010, bro.
So then you know that marijuana is classified higher than cocaine.
Absolutely.
Marijuana is a class 1 or stage 1. What is it? A stage 1?
It's at the top of the list.
It's at the top. Marijuana is at the top of the list. You know how many people have ever died from marijuana?
Zero.
Patient
zero is the only one.
Yeah. You know what happens? You just want to eat a little bit more.
That's
right. It was posted by CNBC.
My senior paper in 2010, that's showing the year that I graduated, in my English class was titled "The Decriminalization of Marijuana and Its Alternatives." And that's when I learned about K2 and a bunch of other things. So I actually found that shit out on my own. I didn't have nobody else who's like, hey, here you go. But I was already smoking weed before that. So that was my senior paper.
Okay, so it does look, to make it a less regulated Schedule 3, look up, okay, so do me a favor, look up other Schedule 3 drugs to see what it's going to be classified near. I think psilocybin is a Schedule 3 drug.
The biggest thing for me...
What's up?
Schedule 3?
You can look up Schedule 1 so we can look at how purposive.
Yeah, Tylenol, codeine, yeah, sounds about right. Ketamine.
Okay, I can get...
I still don't get it.
I'm not with it. No. I'm not with it. But when you look up what's Scheduled 1,
I mean,
it sure as hell doesn't belong.
Heroin, yeah.
Easily leads to dependence. You know what I did this week, dude? So, I am getting stem cells next week. Ways Well calls me and they say, hey, these are the things you cannot do. Or, before you fill out a questionnaire. And they're like, do you do cannabis? Do you do CBD? Do you take these? What supplements are you taking? And so I filled it out. And so the lady calls me and she says, hey, just looking over your questionnaire. 7 days before and 7 days after, no CBD, no THC, and you got to stop these 4 supplements. You know what I did on a dime? Just didn't smoke no more.
Right. It is what it is.
Okay. It to say that it easily leads to dependence is crazy. Now, I would argue that there is some, it can be potentially addictive and lead to other things, but that's just not it's just not the majority.
In comparison,
people are going to do things anyways.
You're comparing going down a kiddie slide to going down a 300-foot roller coaster. and essentially, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, the same category as heroin and LSD. Okay, MDMA being a Schedule 1 drug is also absolutely insane. But heroin and LSD, ecstasy and marijuana.
So this is, and it goes back to you asking me the question about, just how black folks move with medicine and stuff like that earlier. When I look at it, right, from my point of view, because I can only look at it how the world views people like me, and I have to move in that game. I feel like everybody's like that, whether Chinese, black, white, yellow, green. You have to look at how the world views you, and if it gives you an advantage, then hey, luck of the motherfucking draw. You got an advantage. It is what it is. Don't tell nobody else to work harder because you got an advantage. But if you got an advantage because of where you're born, what you look like, socioeconomic standard, any of that nature, I'm personally not gonna be a hater. You get what I mean?
Can't that just happen to anybody? I want to stop there real quick because having a discussion, again, with the same person we were talking about right before the podcast. I'm not going to say any names, but mutual friend of ours. Good guy. I don't think anything bad about him, right? He is just a strong socialist, communist. They're interchangeable. Well, however you want to decide, however you want to,
Go ahead.
And white guy. And in the belief that all white people are evil and that white people are the worst things to ever happen. And so,
now I'm like, who were we talking about? Because who believes that? And
so I'm trying to understand this, right? Because look, have white people done awful shit? Sure. You know who else has done awful shit? Every single human race, creed, religion, every single, we can look up the Ethiopian dynasty. We can look up the Chinese dynasty. We can look up everything, right?
Human nature.
Always been my argument, right? And so the advantage thing, right? That's the difference between, that's the difference between being a black man born in downtown Chicago, or what if you were just a black man born in the suburbs?
Yeah.
I think that's advantage would be the same. Or the advantage of the suburbs.
You picked the wrong city.
Well, no, not of Chicago, but just being born in the suburbs compared to
wrong
being born
city to pick the suburbs, because suburbs are worse than the city.
Word.
Yes.
We'll talk about it.
Wrong city. But I got what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
To be in a more affluent neighborhood than to be in a more living where, not trying to put nobody out there, living where you guys live, compare it to other places in the state of Texas. Yes, there are advantages and disadvantages. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Regardless of race. Like, it just...
Yes, yeah.
That's just the draw... That is just the roll of the dice.
And that's why I said, like, from the beginning, I personally don't care about that, right? I'm just like, what can I do about it? They rode 7. They rode on the first road.
I think that's important. I think what you're saying is very important because look, again, white man having this conversation, whatever, fuck y'all. I get it.
He's not white. He just didn't take his melanin pills.
Yeah, I stopped taking them. Yeah, there's a peptide that can change the melanin in your skin now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Don't let me forget my point though. What I was gonna say about bringing it back around to what you asked me earlier. We're still talking about the same thing.
Okay. So,
I got you.
Yeah. So I'm like, I'm trying to understand this perspective because to me, there's nothing positive that comes out of this perspective. And I'm going to flip it back to you. As a black man, you have plenty to be like, hey, this is fucked up. Sure.
Every day.
Sure.
Every day.
Sure. Just like, it's fucking anybody.
I got you.
Anybody
I got you.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely. I got you.
But if you went around all day and that's just how you felt all day, guess who's not going to get better? AJ Berry.
No, nobody. Nobody.
You're just not going to get. You're just not going to get better. And my mindset has always been, regardless if that is the truth, and we can argue: is there an advantage? Is there not an advantage? Whatever, right? We can have a discussion about it. But the fact of the matter is, if that is your mindset, you will then just stay in the same spot regardless. There is no net positive to having that victim mentality, regardless if it's valid or invalid.
Bitching never paid any bills.
Never.
So, like, I tell my son, I'm like, you work with your mother and she's asked you and she wants to know how you feel. And I'm fine with that. I love it. I would love for a young man to be in touch with his emotions, that man can tell you, I'm frustrated, I'm bothered, I feel like I'm this, I feel like I'm that. He's very articulate. And I go, but does that fucking matter? Straight like that. He's like, to me, I'm like, okay, does that matter? And I'm not emphasizing nothing. Like, is it the world? Does it matter to you? Doesn't matter. I'm like, but does it matter? And then when you really get hit with it, you're like, I mean, shit, like, yeah, I'm mad about it right now. I mean, if an 11-year-old can figure that out, you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, does it, you feel that if there's a disadvantage or not, or what you're saying, but does it matter? Like, okay, state it. You may have factual, you know what I'm saying? You may be 100%.
Sure, it might be valid.
Yeah, but if that is you're correct. If that is your premise, if that is how you move through life,
your identity.
One, you're annoying as fuck. I seen a post today, and we've heard the statement, and you know, you my guy. I tell people all the time, like, you know it, and if I'm lying, you can kick me right now. I don't see color, I see character.
Of course.
Like,
the only way to move through life.
If I'm lying, you know, slap me right now. But my point is, so I don't care if you're white, I don't care if you're black, I don't care if you're a girl, I don't care if you're a boy, I don't care. You get what I mean? This is where we're at, this is what we're doing. Okay, so for you to stay in that, we hate, the saying is, black people hate niggas and niggas hate black people. I seen a phrase today, I shit you not, if I see it on TikTok again, I'm gonna send it to you.
Okay.
It says, white people hate white folks. First person I had this discussion with about it. I just want to see, you're like, what I just read was, that may make sense a little bit, right? And he gave different examples. I don't want to quote it wrong. I don't want to say this, but it reminded me of the statement that we've heard for years with jokes and comedians, that black people hate niggas and niggas hate black folks. It's just an ignorant person, black or white, and that's white folks is what the guy was trying to say, compared to a not ignorant person, a black person or a white person. So he made that, and I'm just like, all this is, bro, we're all just shades of wheat. If you pull up shades of wheat, you'll see that's all the human race is. We're all just colors of fucking wheat. So at the end of the day, we're all the same thing, but wheat comes in your color and it comes in mine and darker. Okay, if you ever look up a wheat plant, you'll be like, damn, that shit does come in a lot of fucking, you would never think that, right? So with that knowledge, it's just like, bruh, either make your situation better or shut the fuck up. You get what I'm saying? But like bitching about it and constantly making that your MO, now you're into that ignorant category of something. Nobody wants to constantly hear you talk and bitch about the same thing, because we could be talking about this cup of coffee and how good it is, but after a certain amount of time, if you said how much good that coffee is, you're starting to bitch about it. You get what I mean? Like, it's just like, that can't be your MO. That can't be your motive. And I know a lot of black folks get caught up in that. You get what I mean? From my point of view, you know what I mean? They get caught up in that, woe is me. At the same time, I think on the flip side, where we are now in the world, there's not enough people who can say what you kind of just said. These group of people fucked up, did some fucked up shit, just like other groups of people have, right? People know that other groups of people have fucked up, but when that's like saying, you telling me I shouldn't beat my woman when you beat your woman. You get what I mean? You saying, yeah, I know we fucked up, but so did such and such.
I think we were just the last ones to do it. You know?
And the fact that, and that's why I love having conversations with you, bro, because you can be so real and go, no, we were the last ones to do it. So you live in a generation where you gotta take that blunt, that force. You get what I'm saying? Now, taking it and being a bitch to it are two different things. You get what I'm saying? Taking it and saying, no, yeah, you are correct. We fucked up like 100 years ago and it still ain't been then. You know what I'm saying? That was not me. I understand that was not me.
To do with
I understand that now has struggles, that has now put struggles in your life, and I will not be an assistant to those struggles. That's what if you ask me, intelligent black, white person wants for their own kind of race. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, yo, don't add to what my grandparents and my great grandparents had to go through. Because if you can identify it was a problem, you get what I mean? Then boom. And then on the same side, as a black man, I'm gonna say this too. Don't continue to not like be forgiving. And I'm not saying forgiving, but bro, I'm not blaming you for what some person did to some person. Like, if you look at my family history, nobody in my family history was a slave. So how can I personally be mad? Yes, I can for the culture. You get what I'm saying? Yeah, I can come out and support, say people need to be treated correctly. But when you go do my lineage, nobody was a slave. You get what I'm saying? So it's like,
I really, really want to double tap into all of this, okay? Because, again, when I talk about it,
it's just a white guy talking about it.
It's a white guy talking about it, right? But I want to double tap into this because I believe it's so fucking important. And I want to retract something that I said earlier. I said black people with the medical field. I was, sorry, completely mistaken. Black people are actually big adverts to the medical field. What I meant... is actually, we're actually coming to actually what I was thinking about. I spoke, and then
I knew what you meant, and that's why I said bring it back, because I was going to. That was my point. I actually was going to come back.
When I was speaking, I was trying to make. Anyways,
you good?
We're back here, right?
Fuck them. Yeah, and we love y'all, but his intentions are great. We love him.
We're back here. How much can the left belittle y'all and victimize y'all until it is inherently racist?
So the system. Okay, I'm gonna say this, and I'm putting the mic a little closer. Current medicine is created to keep the white man alive. If I can say that without poking no buttons, so you get what I'm saying. If we just do, and not our generation, I'm so glad to be the first of our generation, because we are different. And I believe our children's children will be so inherently different than it was from the 1600s to the 18 to the early 1900s. I truly believe that. Okay. But because of that happening, and eugenics and Planned Parenthood and all these other little things that has happened in our past, it's y'all two beautiful couple of the same race made the same race baby, right? If you was with a black woman, that baby would not have been the same race. It'd been biracial, right? Melanin is dominant over non-melanin. So it does not matter what you do, but over time, that completely one-sided look of what we now call white people, you get what I'm saying, will fade away if interracial mixing happens. And that was so heavy in this whole slave movement to civil rights. Let's give it that time frame. Okay. That was part of it so heavy. I'm not even gonna discuss like the Bible and all that. Just that alone, that fear that would go away played into medicine, economies, districting, red zone, it played into everything. And I've done research early 2000s, like in college. This is one of the things that I really studied. And it was just like, okay, it makes sense. I wasn't offended. I wasn't there. I got the same principle. Like I didn't do it. You get what I'm saying? But I can learn from it. And when you look at that aspect of what I just said, of it's built for this group of people, by this group of people, to prolong this group of people. To me, it's not far-fetched. I'm not saying it's a conspiracy theory at the same time, but I have to look at it like I looked at, vaccinations cause, autism. I have to be open-minded. So I continue to look at it, and then I'm like, okay, well, what did historically black folks practice in medicine. That's where you see the voodoo and the hoodoo and all that. Well, what did people of Caucasian descent typically practice in medicine? And they more or less kind of brought modern medicine into the modern medicine age, if that makes sense. Because you can go back to the Moors and all these people that came here and went here and did these things and all this stuff. And cultures taught cultures different things. White people taught black folks stuff. Black people taught white folks stuff. Like if you really go look at the history books, and in that Italy, Africa, Europe, that little region right there, like they were back and forth. You get what I mean? They were intermingling. It was how the world technically was supposed to be. Some people were down, some people were up, but it wasn't like, oh, you're lower than me. No, I'm gonna teach you what you got, and you're gonna teach me what I don't got. And that's how there were wars and stuff like that, but that's what it was. And then you have a break and you have a dynamic switch. You get what I mean? And it's this, we will be this person, because yes, there, like you said earlier, there are warring. There has been, like you said, Ethiopia, China. We named a lot,
Mongols,
right?
Any dynasty.
But if we look in the last 200 years, who has been the most conquering people, right? And I'm like, damn, y'all smart.
Boy, I made the same joke yesterday.
I don't give a fuck.
I had to, because it's like,
and I say people who Donald Trump is smart. You may not agree, you may not like it, it may be stupid in your opinion, but the fact that the man continues to do whatever the fuck he wants to do, and however he wants to do it, you mad at him because he learned how to play the fucking game? Maybe you should find a game you can play. That's my mentality. You get what I'm saying? So y'all conquered the world and say you discovered it and got away with it, motherfucker. Goddamn. Like, I wish we would have thought of that earlier. You get what I'm saying? So if I'm following the trail, it's always been I need to protect myself in a sense. So to me, when I look at medicine and why so black people are distant, and I knew what you meant to say earlier. You get what I'm saying? So distance away from it is you already kind of have, well, this is not the medicine that my people were doing anyway. You get what I'm saying? That's kind of in the back of the mind premise. You get what I mean? Just like my hair grows a certain way, your hair grows a certain way. You have back of the mind premises, same thing as me. And then you add stuff in like the Tuskegee experiment. Then you add in, the syphilis stuff. Then you add in, COVID now. Now we didn't live through that. You get what I'm saying? That was everybody. You get what I'm saying? So that we just took that.
They tried to kill all of us.
Yeah, we took that. We just threw it in our bag. That's why I'm not doing that shit. You get what I mean?
They tried to kill all of us.
So they said, fuck the color. We just trying to Thanos. They was trying to Thanos everybody. You get what I mean? So for it's more than just my 34 years of life. You know what I'm saying? It's when every person gets to a certain age, they have a self-realization of what happened before them. You get what I mean? Like in 1992, there were riots. I actually lived in California at that time frame. When I learned that, I was a baby, but my thought process was, what was my mother doing during that time frame? Because I know when there were riots in 2020, I was recording them. So I had the same thing that you happened in your generation, if you're following what I'm saying. And to me, that was my look back moment of, what did they go through? What did they face? You know what I'm saying? Why did they make their decision? That's when I learned, certain things. And when you learn those certain things, what I'm saying is when you learn those certain things, that adds to your decision making of why you choose to go a certain route. So you have those years of people feeling a certain kind of way. If I took your culture, your language, your religion from you and then gave you mine, do you think in some generations your family might question it?
Yeah.
And that's how I can sum it up when I'm sitting here thinking about it, is like I said, none of my people were slaves. So we came here from Ghana, so it was like we chose to come here. You get what I mean? So it's a whole different.
Y'all were the ones shipping out. Y'all were like, hey, you can take this one.
You lost. I'm sorry, you lost. Like, you can run that one. Hey, call me what you want. I don't care. I'm gonna be honest. Like, but the reason I can take that joke is because I know you know more than just that. You get what I'm saying? Like, and people will be like, oh, you're just letting people perpetuate the cycle. No, if you can't laugh at a fucking joke, shut the fuck up.
Look.
You get what I'm saying? But I know that you have respect for the culture. You're asking out of inquiring minds. You get what I mean? And like, more people just need to, one, make your choice, say why you made your choice, you get what I'm saying, and move the fuck on, you know what I mean? But it is a touchy subject when it comes to medicine. When you think about, could you search the lady, oh man, I want to call my girl about it. We just was talking about it. It's a black lady. They used all her stem cells, and you type in black lady who they use stem cells. Hope you don't get no pictures that black lady who they used all her stem cells. It's this lady
Some black titties pop up.
Yeah.
Henrietta Lacks?
Yes, Henrietta Lacks.
She good.
Yes.
She hardly look black.
They no comment. That's a whole
Remember
nother.
when I was saying Nico might be black?
She had the something gene, the alpha gene, the something. I don't want, I don't like misquoting people, but she had something. And they took her cells and have made so many medicines and doing so much medical research, like from
immortalized cell line.
Yeah, she had like the perfect, like she had like everything. If I don't like misquoting stuff.
Let's see. Here we go. So, January 29th, 1951, Lax went to Johns Hopkins because she felt a knot in her womb. She had previously told her cousins, this is just her. Did they actually talk about it?
Yeah.
No, they don't talk about it there.
Hold on. Go back up real quick.
Oh, wait. Is this it?
Oh, medical research.
Here we go. George Otto Gay. The first research. We are child. The first researcher to study lax cancerous cells observed that these cells were unusual in that they reproduced at a very high rate and could be kept alive long enough in a culture to allow more in-depth examination. Until then, cells cultured for laboratory studies survived for only a few days at most, which was not long enough to perform a variety of different tests on the same sample. Lax cells were the first to be observed that could be divided multiple times without dying, which is why they became known as immortal. After Lax's death, Gay had Mary Kubinek, his lab assistant, take further Hella samples. It's
her name.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. Henry Lax samples. Henrietta Lax samples. Yeah.
While Henrietta's body, God damn, that was loud in my ear. While Henrietta's body was at Johns Hopkins autopsy facility, the roller tube technique was the method used to culture the cells obtained from the samples that Kubinek collected. Gay was able to start a cell line from Lax's sample by isolating one specific cell and repeatedly dividing it, meaning that the same cell could be then used for conducting many experiments. They became known as Hella cells because Gay's standard method for labeling cells was to use the first letter of the patient's first and last names. The ability to rapidly reduce Hella cells in the laboratory setting has led to many breakthroughs in biomedical research. For example, by 1954, Jonas Salk was using Hella cells in his research to develop the polio vaccine. To test his new vaccine, the cells were mass-produced in a first-ever production factory. Interesting.
It's full circle.
Just It's
full circle.
Just reproducing her cells. And then Chester Southam was a leading virologist injecting Hella cells into cancer patients, prison inmates, and healthy individuals in order to observe whether cancer could be transmitted as well as to examine if one could become immune to cancer by developing an acquired immune response. So they were taking her genes, and then
we all know what an acquired immune response is, right?
Well, why don't you tell the people?
It's when you get vaccinated. an acquired immune response. You acquire what is going on to develop an immune defense to it. Like it's shit like that. So full circle about what we've been talking about, right? So with the vax and all that. But this little sample of what you're doing, developing whatever, full circle, when you hear this, of course, information wasn't that deep back then. So the initial story I remember hearing was they took this girl's cells without her knowing, right, and used it to develop a bunch of stuff of what we have now, which the process of when they went about doing it, I mean, they just said they gave it to prison inmates, they did this. It's just like, bruh, like to test, what happened to the rat? You get what I'm saying? Like, my name's not the rat. And like you said, okay, yeah, she seems a little light, but you have to remember back then, fair skin to my skin color, you're black. You get what I'm saying? And for her to even get there, I think her mom was like black and her dad was like light skinned too as well. So somewhere along the line. Either way. But it's stuff like that all kind of plays into the part of why black people have this quote unquote stereotype of the medical field. And it's not hard to make a decision. You get what I'm saying? Like, no, when I'm a fighter, so you clearly know I'm going to the doctor. Like it's. But before that, I went to the doctor.
Usually, though, for like broken bones, like this is where I think everything plays a role, right?
So I went before this because, like, I'm the type of person. One, like, hey, I like to live life, so I want to make sure that I can live a life and still be healthy. So I'm going to the doctor regularly anyway. You get what I mean? But
from like a preventative measure.
Absolutely.
Okay, so this is where I think everything plays a role, right? Like a general practitioner, like a typical doctor, I don't necessarily think that they're someone you should always go to when you get a little cold or you have a little headache or something like that, right? They're just going to typically prescribe you something.
Tell me when my liver's failing.
Or I broke an arm, or I need you to read an X-ray. Emergency surgeries, things like that, right?
Absolutely.
But in terms of preventative care, I want someone who is studying the most cutting edge research papers, who fully understand. Perfect example is like there was a new study that just came out, Ways to Well posted, that if your LDL, which was considered the bad cholesterol, is 130 or above, your overall all-cause mortality rate goes down pretty significantly. And so I want someone who, A, understands that in 1970 or the late 60s, when they did that fucking sugar study versus red meat study kind of thing, the saturated fats versus sugars, that it was paid for. They paid them $50,000. It only took them $50,000 to sell out people's health, which is a whole nother number. Someone was talking about that. I don't remember who it was, but I had brought it up to Taylor. I was like, dude, that was such an interesting perspective. It was another nugget that I just got from somebody where I was just like, that is such a different way to think about it. Let me ask you the question. Growing up, when you were a kid, you were a little bit more naive to all this. How much would you have thought it would take for people to sell out their own country or to completely fabricate a study, knowing they were lying completely? How much money you think, like when you were a kid and you were naive?
I mean, as a kid, I mean, the answer is going to be, I'm $1 million to everything.
You're thinking millions, right?
Yeah, I mean, but as an adult, I mean, like,
you're thinking millions.
Fuck, people do shit for free.
It's crazy.
Like, it's just like, just to have your name associated with it.
Mind-blowing, right? They sold out the American people for 50 G's.
Like,
do you know how much the woman who is the representative of what's the territory that Jeffrey Epstein's island's at? What's the territory? The in the Caribbean. What's the other U.S. territory down there? Not Puerto Rico. Holy shit! We just talked.
I want to say Guam, but
it's not Guam. That's on the other side.
Virgin Islands, maybe Little St.
Virgin Islands. Thank you. So there's a woman who is the representative of the Virgin Islands. You know how much money it took for her to look the other way as they trafficked women into her country as a woman. You know how much money it was? You know what the donation was?
Probably a good $2,000.
$30,000. It only cost $30,000 for her as a woman to look the other way as women and young kids were trafficked into her islands.
So the things that I grew up seeing and hearing, right? And the things that I kind of go down a rabbit hole with wild stuff. And I'm not talking like Jeffrey Dahmer wild, nothing like that. You get what I'm saying? But like, I can watch something. You ever seen like one of them, a movie, right? In this movie, something old wakes up and then it has a realization of what the world is. That is me constantly watching that. There's no emotion. It's just absorbing. Imagine you somehow were in a capsule at year 0, right? And you were the king of the world. You get what I'm saying? And then you wake up in 2025. Now you need to be caught up in 2,205 years, right? So really quickly, Matrix shit, learning real quick. But that's me, right? So I'll watch deadly things, people being shot, overseas wars, stuff of that nature. I'll watch happy stuff. You get what I mean? But I'm so
curious,
numb to it.
Okay.
It's more interesting to learn and to continually to see examples of people as a true people. If that makes sense.
What has that done for you?
Lets me be very open and objective when I make decisions.
I would agree, because I'm very similar in that regard. Obviously, it's how we're having this conversation, and I would agree.
Like it's allow me to go. That could be. They could have done worse. I could have done worse. That could have been worse. That could have been less. That could have been more. You get what I mean?
Could have been anyone.
There's too many people in this world, you know what I mean, to try to sit back and I say all the time, man, listen, I know that we love our children. We love them. And there are parents who are like, there's nothing my baby can do that'll make me never stop talking to them. And I'm like, you're a lie. You're a bold-faced fucking lie. Because you're telling me if your child came here and stabbed you 72 fucking times and you lived through it, you're going to be like, hey, baby. No, you're not. You get what I mean? You're going to be like, you need to go away from me because clearly you don't want me to be your parent. Like, it's just like, and I know that's a very wild example. You get what I mean? But I've had rocky relationship with my parents, and people are like, how could you stop talking to your mom? It's like, easy. She did something that as an adult to another adult that was fucked up. You get what I mean? So we're not gonna have a relationship right now. And so I believe that it goes up and down. You know what I mean? So I don't put anything past anybody. So when you're like, how much did she? Excuse my language, but the chick probably did it for free to get some publicity that she did it for free. You get, but I just can't put it past anybody because the way I just said, people can do anything. And I also know I will do everything for my child. And there's people who will do everything for a situation. I'm not gonna say any situation, but you get what I'm saying? Because we see it in the movies. Oh, I kidnapped your kids. Now you out here doing this. We see that in movies all the time. But that happens in real life without the gun and the kidnapping. And people are put in situations where to them $30,000 may listen. You give me $30,000. You give me $30 right now. I'm gonna be motherfucking happy. You get what I'm saying? And you ask me what I'll do for it. You get what I'm saying? I haven't been able to do my own job as a handyman. You get what I'm saying? In months because of the accident. You get what I'm saying? So if you ask me what I'll do for $30 right now, we may go get a spar around it. You get what I'm saying? But I can't speak for the next person. So I'm like, damn, this took $30,000 to sell. You don't like women. You get what I'm saying? I start having those kind of reactions.
Crazy.
It's just like you.
But you're right.
And I'm not trying to like dumb it down. It's just like, bro, this is what we grew up on, right? How old are you again?
32.
Okay, cool. So we grew up on this right here. 90s hip hop,
Great.
the ability to talk shit to each other on live TV, on TV,
Modern Warfare 2 lobbies.
like
Goated.
9/11,
Crazy as fuck.
2 recessions,
Yep.
COVID,
The Iraq War. Or Iraq and Afghanistan.
wars on wars on wars, and motherfucker, we ain't even hit.
We're not even halfway there. God
like
willing.
I'm 9 years removed from a quarter century. Like, man, it's like we've experienced so much that when I hear something, I'm just like, add that to the repertoire.
No, you're right. You're right. So, okay, let me ask you this then, because that's interesting, because you're right. We have gotten numb.
Yes.
But what keeps you from giving up? Because I think a lot of adults at this point, given everything we've just been through, everything you just listed, have just given up.
Right.
Because when you talk about the things that happened during COVID, people will tell you, well, I don't believe that that's what's happened. Well, that's cool and all. You can believe whatever you like, but that just tells me that you're not paying attention and that you don't care to pay attention.
Right.
Why wouldn't you care to pay attention? Whether you're a parent, whether you have a spouse that you really care about, whether you have anybody in your life that you fucking care about, why wouldn't you want to pay attention so that you can help everybody around you make the best informed decision possible? And so what is it for you, or what is it that, keeps you? Obviously, we're numb to it, but you're also aware, you're paying attention, and you're still trying.
So while you were asking, I was thinking, I was going through and thought you were gonna ask me something else, which is interesting. But so this AJ, right? The AJ Berry, that guy, you know what I'm saying? Like I said earlier, you've helped develop that guy, you know what I'm saying? You like the whisperer, that whole thing. But you don't know Anthony Jones, you know what I mean? Like that guy who was before Texas, you get what I'm saying? Because everybody knows, I claim to this day that I moved to Texas, that's when shit changed for me, you know what I'm saying? That's when I got to where I'm at now. In 2020, I tried to commit suicide. Okay, so that whole process right there, before that time frame, you asking me that question, it still would have been, I'm nonchalant, but it would have been the fact of, because I just don't give a fuck. I'm through. Like you said, why don't they? I quit. You get what I mean? Mm-hmm. Like I had gave the fuck up. I was the bitch. You get what I mean? In that sense, for even attempting that. You get what I mean? Now, did I feel like that? No, I was like, this is the way to do it. In the moment, this was the way to go. And whatever willing, that did not happen, due to a malfunction. So it's like, okay, now you ask me that question after therapy, after healing, after expressing myself in so many different ways, fighting, car club, motorcycle, family, my son, all these things. Now, on the other side of that, you know what I mean? I care because I'm still nonchalant because of that past. I still have that. You get what I'm saying? But I keep going because I have now learned the things that are important. And some people are like, well, wasn't your son important? I'm like, yeah, but when you're having a depressive episode, you're not thinking about your son's future at the moment. You're thinking about your goddamn self. You get what I mean? And that's why it's a selfish act. You get what I'm saying? So learning the proper things, being around the right people, around the right environments, that's why I care now. You get what I'm saying? That's why I care as much as I do. It's still not like, let me go make a comment about it. You get what I'm saying? Let me go interject and let me go change my life to go, deal with that situation, because everything that I want in my circle is, I'm already doing that. You know what I mean? But I left that completely, fuck this, fuck the world. and started finding value in Unc, in you, in Coach, in my son, like real value in my son. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I appreciate the fact that he's here. You know what I'm saying? That general, but that's still another person that you have to, you know, it's yes, the parent aspect is there, but you know what I'm talking about. It's a little deeper. It's like, I still may not like you when you become 30. You know what I mean? And it's like, now you got to find those deep down important things. And when I found that value, it's like, I only am going to put myself and care about the things that are actually going to affect me and my circle. So when I hear like, not that doesn't affect me, you get what I'm saying? Because it lets me learn something, but it's like I said earlier about my son, like, yeah, you feel how you feel. What the fuck does that mean? You know what I'm saying? So if that answers your question as far as like how it flipped over, you know what I'm saying? Because like, it's two-sided.
It sounds like you found purpose.
Yeah.
And you realized your value to this world. And your value is to demonstrate to people that you can be a free thinker, you can be fun, you can express yourself, you can follow your dreams regardless of what age. And you are now providing that value to the world. And at least that's how I see it.
No, and I appreciate that. Like I try to Unc tells me all the time, he said, when people say that, you need to absorb it more and take it to your head. And I'm just like, and you know, it's hard for me to swallow, bro. And you probably can tell that. Like, it's really hard for me to swallow when I hear people put me in that lane, because I know, bro, I do everything that I do. It's not just the fighting, because if you follow me, you know that I do one major thing at a time. Like, but if you go back in my page before, you see, yes, I was posting in the garage, but I was mainly I had a whole car page. You know what I'm saying? I was in a whole car club. You know, I did that whole racing here, racing there, da, da, da. I went to Mexico before I even went to Mexico, if you know what that means in the car world. But, and then I transitioned into fight. I don't think you ever seen my blue Charger. Maybe it was real early. Like I had it, and then I got a black Charger. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So
I did see it.
Yeah. So it
purple.
No, everybody. You keep saying it. You're like, bro, it was purple. I'm like, no, motherfucker, it was blue. It was blue.
It's news to me.
Yeah, it happens. Yeah. But it's like, I focus on that one thing at a time. So my life for the last 3 years have been, you know, fighting, going to work, you know, feeding myself and stuff like that. But like, no consistent relationships or nothing like that. So it's like, what do I really have to worry about right now? Like, take the information in, but is it on my plate right now? Nah, you know what I'm saying? And when I hear it, I've taken that with other things in life, and then when I hear that in the things that I'm doing positive, like fighting and stuff like that, it's like, man, I'm only doing this so I started this so I didn't blow my brains out. You know what I mean? Like, so to even be here, I still don't even realize that I'm here. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Well, it also goes back to what we were talking about with the winner's remorse, right? It is because I'm experiencing the same thing right now as we're talking, right? You keep bringing me up as I've, you know, inspired you and helped you. And I'm still, like I told you before the episode, like, I apologize for not making it to your birthday, because it's like, you're sitting here telling me all these things and I had this impact, da, 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 and I'm sitting here still thinking like, how much, like, I could be such a better friend. I could be such a better friend, right? So it's like, it's hard for me to even digest what you're saying right now.
Friends don't talk every day. They don't, hey, you know what I'm saying? You don't even got to sit in motherfucking reels every day.
Some people think that, though.
I get that, you know? But they need to go in the corner and play with themselves some more and come to reality. I don't fucking know. No Diddy. But sorry, I had to. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I was like, why did you just say that? That was no reason to say that. So, but it's like, you know me on the fight world, and that's my world right now. You know what I mean? That is like, if it wasn't for this ankle, bro, you know, like, you'd be seeing videos, you'd be like, AJ, because you like my shit, you're watching my shit, and you're like, yo, he's doing his thing. So, and then when we run into each other again, it's going to be like, we just seen each other the day before. You get what I mean? So it's never been that. But you know how serious I take it. How many people have been in my corner?
Not that many.
3. I won't have a corner. You know what I mean? Like, we went down to Mexico and I was asking questions to the head crew, which is coach, I'm asking questions in the chat like, hey, what's this cornering system where it's going to be one corner and an international coach is cornering two? It's like, I don't know that. They don't know me. You know, I'm a special character. You got to talk to me a certain way when we in the ring. You can't just be like, do this. Nah, you got to be like, hey, Jay, you remember when we did such and such? You know how it goes. So that was a big point of contention for me. You know what I mean? So I take this shit so, like, if it wasn't for this, yes, I'm in a so much better mental space now that I can confidently say if fighting was completely removed from me actually getting in the ring, I would mentally be safe. So nobody has to worry about, oh, AJ Styles fight, he's going to go off the cliff. No, fuck no. We're past that point, all right? But it is so my life right now that that's all I got. You know what I mean? That's all that I really not look at, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, okay, how's this? My first thought is like, how's this gonna affect me doing this? How's this gonna affect me fighting? How's this? Like, if y'all close down all combat sports in America, then we got a motherfucking problem. You get what I'm saying? But pretty much anything else, it's been a void. And I know why. Because I've had enough support around me where I haven't had to, those things aren't affecting me. You know what I mean? If the economy changes, it doesn't affect what I'm doing. You know, you get what I'm saying?
It's interesting because this is a realization that I've come to, especially as you get older. People don't have friends. People stop trying to make friends. People stop having friends. There's a certain hill and a hump that you cross over where life is lifing.
You just had a baby, bro.
And they stop making efforts to have friends, but we have to have friends. We are social creatures. We are.
Shout out to my fraternity. Our motto is friendship is essential to the soul. Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated.
I love that.
It's so mind you, I pledged. I don't sugarcoat it. Like, I pledged like 72 days, 5 hours, 4 minutes, and 5 seconds. Like, no bullshit. I remember to this day. You know what I mean? April 13th, 2013. So, like, that whole time, you know, these principles of manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift are our 4 principles. And then when the motto, like, friendship is essential to the soul, and these things are, I'm not saying that they were beat into me. But if I volunteered for something, I just volunteered for something. That is what it is. But that type of mentality, you know what I mean? Like, no, that shit's real. You get what I mean? So, I mean, you see how it was when you came in. It was like, I just saw you yesterday. It's never, like, we've never had no issues. And even if you know that I've had issues with people that I'm cool with now, because I know for a fact, like I said, like our motto, friendship is essential to the soul. It outside of an intimate relationship with somebody, it's the next thing that we all need to live. You get what I'm saying? Not talking about food and water and all necessities, but
for our soul.
That's it.
To keep us being happy.
That's it.
To keep you from, you know,
so
like said,
you played a part. It's impactful because of where, to bring it all back around, it's impactful because, and you got to know that. That's another reason I was like, hey, bro, because I've been asking since, you know, back when, like, hey, bro, I know you bring your podcast back. Let me come holler at you. And part of it, because I just want to tell you, you know, like, that, like you said earlier, that picture is dope. You know, that's one of the dopest pictures you have. Like, I wouldn't have a 50-pound belt that you now have a picture of. I'm going to send it to you. I don't know if you got it, but, like, or you sent it to me.
With us together?
It's us together, but then you're holding the belt too. But now it's to me, it's like, no, everybody played a role. You know what I mean? Like, I call my bronze medal, that's Unk's medal. And he's like, no, I didn't do nothing. I said, you stopped me from, you know, jumping off a bridge essentially. And he's like, well, you got a bronze. And I'm like, that's yours. You get what I'm saying? So that belt that's Brandon, that's Mateo, that's yours. That's all, you know, all of y'all belt if you asking me. You get what I'm saying? Because, like you said earlier, and you from day one, you've been like, oh, I've had your back. We ain't never had beef, and if we did have beef, we ain't never had beef, so we ain't even had that kind of conversation. You know what I mean? We both had goals, but you was like, I've always had your back. Brandon always had my back. Unc always had my back. Mateo always had my back. Kane always had my back. You know what I'm saying? The people that I still associate with, you get what I'm saying, are my friends. Do I talk to them every day, all day? No, you get what I'm saying? But I have to give out, you know, the if we're talking about me, like I wouldn't be here without certain people, and everybody played a role. You know what I mean? Like, I met Kane because I was supposed to be doing a run that you told me to do.
What are we talking about?
You were like, your cardio sucks, AJ. And you were like, hey, I didn't come to the gym today.
Your cardio did suck.
Right, shut the fuck up.
Boy, that's why those 3 rounds in the ring was a motherfucker for you. Because it's not a matter of like skill at that point.
Yeah,
it's a matter of me just drowning you.
So you were like, go home and run. And then you were like, are you going to run? And you was like on my ass, like texting me, like, are you going to run? And I didn't run that day. And then you were like, I came in like the next day, you were like, what the fuck did you do? I was like, I did some shadow boxing with the neighbors and shit. And it was Kane. That's when I met Kane. So the day that I was dodging doing one of your workouts, I end up meeting Kane. Oh. So it's like I said, the shit's all tied together. I couldn't have wrote it as a movie if I wanted to, you know what I mean? So no, I appreciate it, big dog. Like, nah, for real. And so I get what you're like, yo, it's kind of hard to take sometimes. And I hear it. Yeah, I'm starting to hear it more, and people are seeing it, and I'm just like,
because again, it's so important. I think your perspective on life as a black man is super important for other black people to hear. That's just that. We're going to double tap in a few things on that, but I genuinely feel that way.
No, I appreciate that.
Because again, I believe, and I can only hold so much value in this conversation, in this type of conversation. However, I fully believe that if you think any other way than you think, it just won't work. It doesn't matter if it's true or not true. It just won't work. You will not succeed, and you will stay in the same exact spot.
Absolutely.
Upset about the exact same things for the rest of your life, and life will never be fair. But if you don't think that way, I truly believe no matter what, you can break through any fold, you can break through any obstacle. I brought this example up in 2 episodes ago. There is a man now who is a stand-up comedian who can't even talk, and he only has one working arm. Aaron Belial has one hand that works. The other hand is stuck to his chest. Yeah. And he texts his jokes.
No, I see it on TikTok.
And puts the mic to a fucking...
and it reads it.
And it reads it.
Yes.
And he's
hilarious.
And he's hilarious. He's fucking hilarious.
Worked his ass off to get to that.
And sure, I bet you his path 1,000 times harder than any other person trying to do stand-up.
I'm not comparing him to a Richard Pryor, but it would be easier for a Richard Pryor to do it than him, if you get what I mean.
It just is.
And it's just like, no, you're a full able-bodied person. Like, you're not, I'm not trying to be insensitive to nobody out there, but like, you have all of your abilities.
Yeah.
Okay. And this person still is doing something. Now, let me ask you, because this is what I asked my uncle. I say, what do you do? Because everybody knows, like, yes, I get in the ring, it's like, you're going to be in here with a dog, da-da-da-da. But hey, bitch, I got emotions too, all right? Let's keep it real for a minute. What do you do when you keep moving up, but you don't want to?
Wait, what do you mean?
My work ethic, what I like to do, what I enjoy doing, the mentality that I have is escalating me to different levels, right? What do you do when that's not what you want?
Which part's not what I want?
The escalation. Cause mind you, you know, I said I wanted to get in the ring, but I'd never been like, hey, I want to go get a belt. I want to go pro. No, it was like, no, we're doing this for some release over here. You get what I'm saying? And if you get in the ring, you get in the ring. And
wait, so are you saying that you don't want to go to a higher level? I'm confused by the question.
Take it that way. That's not what I'm saying, but
Okay.
I want you to take it that way.
Okay.
Take it like I said that to you.
Or are you saying...
Because there was at one point where I did feel that way.
Or are you saying... okay. Or are you saying... Well, okay, same
Yeah.
in the same, but you're saying like... You started this for a different reason, and it's turning into a different path. Or you know, it can be a different path, right? Fucking left foot in front of the other. Left, right. And keep fucking going.
So, like I said, the mentality of, because this was an old mental battle that I had. This is like before Mexico, you know what I mean? Like when it was still undefeated, and you know that's a whole other conversation. And
So do you feel like you're forced to do, like, is it?
No, because I enjoy doing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Do you feel like you don't deserve it?
no.
I'm trying to understand.
Let's take this back a year ago.
Okay.
Right. This is before the belt. This is before Mexico.
Okay.
This is Baldo. Right after Baldo.
Yep.
Okay. 4-0. Two knockouts.
Just beat a dude, by the way, for those who are listening who doesn't know who Baldo is. It was 12-4 when they fought.
Yes. He was
Very good.
Very solid
AJ
fighter.
had no business winning that fight.
Man, listen, I was the underdog, and shout out to my boy Baldo. I think he has a fight today for a belt.
No shit.
So either today or on like the 20th, don't quote me wrong, but I'm always posting his stuff because like we got to tussle again. But that's my guy right there. That's one of my brothers in the ring. At that stage, not now, because I've learned, I've advanced, I've made my decisions on. Nah, you're gonna go get that belt, and then you're gonna make a new decision then. But before that, it was, bro, I don't want to do the ceremonial stuff. I don't want to, do the pre-fight picture. I don't want to have to post. I don't want to have to do this. I don't want to. Yeah, I'll be there for the weigh-in. You know what I'm talking about. You get the behind the scenes stuff. You get I just want to go in the ring and let this frustration out.
Yeah.
And so how that was my mental hurdle, and that's what I went to Unc with. And it was just like, how do, and of course he kind of hit me with that, do left foot, right foot in front of the other. But then once he started seeing how I was acting and moving, it was like, all right, bro, you got to make a choice. You get what I'm saying? And all I heard him say was either get knocked the fuck out or keep winning and accept what comes with it.
Okay. Yeah. So to answer your question, I think it's kind of like fight camp, right? It's kind of like fight camp. Anybody who fights realizes when these guys get through a fight camp, fight, and then immediately go back into fight camp. Anyone who fights understands how crazy that is.
Good time.
Fight camp sucks.
I mean, I know.
Right? Like, and it's hard. But in order to have the fun, you have to do the hard shit. And that hard could be physical, it can be mental. And you don't deserve the right to get in there unless you have earned it. And the rite of passage is to earn it through fight camp. Only then can you get into that ring and truly have fun. Because otherwise, you're going to leave that ring and be like, fuck, dude. I didn't train hard enough. I didn't work on my cardio hard enough. And I've been personally kind of going through this with the last couple of jiu-jitsu matches, knowing damn well I was not training to the level that I should have been training and had the cardio that I should have had. And that's why I've lost 3 in a row, where before that I had just I was getting on a roll. I won bronze, I won gold, that blue, right? And so it's not only is it left foot, right foot, left foot, right foot, one foot in front of the other, and keep going. But it's also the understanding of the only way to have fun on the other end is there's shit that you have to do that you're not going to want to do. Right? The only reason why I get to sit here and have a conversation with you is because I work my ass off of my day job. I then log off and I go and I edit this podcast. I edit the clips and I post every single day.
Yeah, you be on it.
I don't want to do any of
He said, I don't want to do none of it.
I don't want to. It's why the podcast stopped in the first place. 2 reasons why. The first reason was just self-confidence. It's having conversations that we've talked about today that 4 years ago I wouldn't have been comfortable having, or I would have had, but then afterwards I would have been so uncomfortable. There's stuff that in the episode before this that I will probably get, like, there's stuff. So that episode hasn't came out. The episode before you hasn't came out yet, but there's stuff in that episode where I'm like, oh, fuck, dude, I did say that. And I didn't necessarily, and it's a little bit of talking shit and there's a little bit of truth behind it that, people don't really want to hear. But I wasn't comfortable enough with myself. It's the same reason why I got the COVID vaccine. I wasn't comfortable enough with my beliefs, even though I knew in my soul that it was the wrong decision. And that's why I said earlier, I hope it doesn't.
No. And I when you said it, I'm like, God damn, Jay.
Because it's like, I am the exact cohort that was negatively affected. Athletic, under 30 men.
Drop it like flies.
Right? And now, granted, we're finding that there was pregnant women who have suffered really badly as well. But at the time, when we were getting the vaccine, what we did know, or at least what we had been, or what we've...
Did you get both of them or just one?
Well, I got the 2 shots into the one.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't get any boosters or anything. Because after I got it, I was like, okay, well, let me tell the story then. So, again, I wasn't comfortable enough to be like, fuck that, I ain't doing it. My girlfriend at the time told me if I didn't get it, I would not be able to meet her parents. This was a person that I bought an engagement ring for. So I'm thinking this is the person I'm going to marry. And, when you're in a relationship as that, and that person tells you like, hey, you're not going to meet these people.
No, that's a critical decision. That's a critical conversation.
That's a really big thing, right?
Yeah,
that's a really big thing. And so I wasn't strong enough in my own beliefs to be like, hey, you know what? Then I guess I'm just not going to meet you.
I'm just not going to meet you.
Because that would have been the correct answer. But I was a little bitch, and I didn't do that. Then there was pressure from family members. Work was going to require it, and then at the last minute, they decided not to. For whatever reason, I'm not sure, but they decided not to at the last second. So I was already thinking, fuck, dude, I'm going to have to get it anyways. And so, coerced, pressured, bitched out, I took it. The next 36 hours after that, I don't know what happened.
You might as well just kill yourself.
I blacked out.
That's what everybody was saying.
I don't know how my dog survived. I was in my apartment by myself. I could have died. I don't know how close I was to death. I don't remember any of it. I just remember waking up multiple times throughout that time period in the craziest amount of sweat. You would have thought we just did 6 rounds together.
Man.
Craziest amounts of sweat. And, learning about what is going on with it, there's a very good chance that my body turned on myself and it was trying to kill me. And it was fucked because had I not gotten it, the disease itself had almost a damn near perfect 0% chance of harming me. And look, let's put our.
Did you get COVID?
No. Not that I'm aware of. So I was probably asymptomatic. So 2 things on this, right? Not only did I get the vaccine like a year later after COVID happened, I was only out of work for 6 weeks. I worked at Rooms to Go. I went back to the public 6 weeks later after lockdown.
I never left the public.
So I was in public all the time, around people. I went to HEB every day like it was normal. I didn't understand what the hysteria was because I wasn't scared, locked in my house, doing what they told me to do. I was going outside. We knew that the majority of the people being hospitalized had a vitamin D deficiency. And I think that's one of the reasons why it disproportionately fucked up the black community, because they did a study on black people, and the amount of black people who are deficient in vitamin D is staggering.
Yeah, that makes sense.
There was a doctor in New York who did a study, and he said that there was untraceable amounts of vitamin D in black folks because y'all's skin does not allow you to absorb the sun like ours does. And so if you're not supplementing with vitamin D, there's a very good chance that you are very deficient. And we were being told to stay in our house. Yet going outside, there was
bothering you? Oh, sorry.
Going outside, there was very little risk of getting it, for one. And so they're telling us to stay inside, but they know that people are going to the hospital because they don't have vitamin D, but you're telling everyone to stay inside and not go outside. And more people are getting sick because they're not outside. But, if we put our tinfoil hat on for a second, you would think that the virus itself was manipulated to kill people with morbidities, which it did. And then you put your fucking tinfoil hat all the way on and you turn that bitch up. You would think the vaccine was to kill all the rest of us healthy folks.
Which it did. It still killed a lot of people who didn't have shit wrong with them before. If you fucking turn your tinfoil hat all the way up, that's kind of the conclusion that you come to, honestly. So I never got the vaccine, right?
Kudos.
But do you know when I got COVID? Right after your match.
After the jiu-jitsu match?
Yep.
Yeah, because we were in it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I got COVID, and then, so it's always around the August time. So I got COVID like August 11th. My birthday was August 15th. I came into the gym with a hoodie on. I was all covered up and everything. And then I had my fight August 18th. So, that was the only time I had COVID.
And how did it affect you?
So, I had the same kind of thing that you had. I remember texting Unc, said, I don't feel good. I left the jiu-jitsu tournament. I was like, I don't feel good. I got a headache. And apparently I didn't text back for a couple hours. And then he came to the house and saw that I was gray and shit. And they took me to the hospital. It was like, you got COVID. And I looked over who got COVID? And it was like, we can give you a steroid shot. Shit you not? It was like, we can give you a steroid shot. And I'm like, what? And and it was like a motherfucker gave me Narcan. I swear to God. It was I literally was like, what the entire fuck? I rose up like the Undertaker off that hospital bed. If you go back and look at some of my posts, on my birthday, you'll see that you remember we was in the gym together. So I was in the hospital. I literally got up and was like, whoa, it was you need to lay back down. And so I lay back down, and then I went another day and I was hydrating. And then when you see me on my birthday, so you go 3 days, and I was on my birthday trying to train, and then I fought 7 days later. So yeah, I was weak as fuck. You know what I mean? It was I got the H strand or whatever the fuck they were. You know what I mean? The one that I didn't have the not nasal stuff, and I could taste. It was complete muscle weakness. Yeah. And outside of that, it was okay, cool. You get what I'm saying? Look, but you were not you. Well, yeah, you kind of volunteered. But people, to me, I was hearing that because I'm always like this. I don't want to be the first person to really try. I don't want to be that guy. You get what I mean? If I create something and be the innovator of it, yeah, I'll be that first person. But I don't want to be the first person 9 times out of 10. You get what I'm saying? Don't give me the test first. You get what I mean? Make sure you give them to other people first. You get what I mean? And even now, people watching, everybody's Diddy documentary, Diddy documentary. I'm bro, I have not watched it yet. I'm gonna wait till y'all calm down. I'm gonna wait a year out, and then I'm gonna go watch it so I can formulate my own opinion. So
that's valid.
I've always been like that. And so it was no, y'all go give you got the shot. Why you look like you got COVID? Why you look like the person? And when I started seeing it, it was like,
Why you got COVID 7 times now?
like how you get COVID? How you get the vaccine? Get COVID, die,
And then have long COVID. Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because look, people got fucked up by it. But people get fucked up by the flu. People get fucked up by a lot of things. Like that wasn't an excuse for what they did.
No.
It's not an excuse.
Should have just left it be, if you ask me.
It's not, well, to your point, dude, biologists were like, why the fuck are we vaccinating during a pandemic? That creates variance.
So, I just said it. Like, my dog had parvo, and if I would have gave him parvo, it would have gave him parvo. Like, it would have killed him.
That creates variance. So that wasn't the right move anyways. But they wanted to make $36 billion. Brought to you by Pfizer. Brought to you by Pfizer. Brought to you by Pfizer.
So,
like,
as a person that used to live in Indianapolis and know exactly where Eli Lilly is, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, I see the building, you know what I mean? Like, I've seen the building, like, where they make drugs at. So, and it's...
How did we see what the Sackler family did to us, and we still fall for this shit?
Because it's
fear.
You gotta understand, like, people are intelligently dumb. Like, you know what I mean?
Smart dogs are the easiest to train.
Like, you are so smart, you're dumb. You know what I mean? It's like, and that's why I have, if you kind of heard, like, and kind of a lot of things, I have a very standoffish. People are like, you don't really have an opinion. It's not that I don't have an opinion. It's just like my ass watched. You know what I'm saying? I saw what was going on, and I choose to abstain from that activity. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're observing first. Look, and so we have a problem of 45-second clips, and people then coming out of that 45 seconds with such a strong opinion that it's determining the way they move through life. It's determining the way that they vote. It's determining the way that they talk to their spouse, their significant others, whatever, from a 45-second clip. And so to your point, what you're talking about is you're sitting back and you're observing, whether that's a year, whether it's 6 months, but you're taking a long time of observation. You probably listened to people talk about this over a 3-hour period or a 2-hour period, and not a fucking 30 seconds. Let's cut to the ads on, MSNBC, right, CNN, Fox News, whatever.
It takes time.
You can't explain something like this in 30 seconds or even a 5-minute segment. These conversations take a lot of nuance, and there's a lot of back and forth, and there needs to be a lot of discourse before you can confidently go, oh, that's how I feel about this, actually. Yeah, thanks for all that. But if you're making that off of a 45-second clip because some celebrity told you this is good and it's safe and effective,
enough people don't. Too many people don't plead the fifth.
Yeah, social media makes everybody seem like their opinion is important.
Well, what I'm saying is abstain. People don't think that that's a fucking option. Like the FOMO.
Well, silence is violence.
Like.
Silence is violence. You didn't put a black square on your Instagram. I did, by the way. Thank you very much. But I'm not happy.
It's better than an orange square.
Not proud of it, but I want to talk about this.
What's up?
We beat the vaccines.
What's up, Brodey?
We beat the vaccines over the head. I want to talk. I want to talk about this. I'm going to ask this, and there's no politically correct way to say this. Okay.
Racial point. No, I'm playing. Come on, man, spit it out. You know, punch me in the face, kick me knee.
No. I'm just trying to think of like what the actual question is, right? I know what I want to say, but I'm trying to think of the actual question or how I want to frame it, because I don't want to lead you. I want the answer of how you feel right now before I give you my perspective. I want to talk about George Floyd. Okay.
I agree to this conversation.
I want to talk about how Well, fuck, dude. I don't know how to frame the question without leading you. This is how I feel about it. Okay? I feel like once again, the black community...
Hold on. Can I pause you? Can I cut you off?
Yeah.
Ask me how I feel about it first.
Okay, how do you feel about it first?
Okay.
I just don't want you to beat me to it because then... No, well, fuck it. Yeah, go for it.
I mean,
I'm sure we're going to... Because I believe we're going to probably be on a similar page, but I'm just curious.
I feel the same way about George Floyd that I feel about Emmett Till. You know who Emmett Till is? Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. I'm glad you know.
But which situation was that one?
Kid from Chicago went down to Mississippi, was apparently catcalling at a white girl, and they beat him so bad that they dragged him from a car, they beat him, they lynched him, the whole nine. And his mother, instead of having a closed casket, she had an open casket. And it was the first time where you could see it. So you can Google Emmett Till and it'll pop up, like you'll see a dead body. But it was like, the dude was like 13 years old, right? And then it came out, I think it was in 2000 or something like that, that the woman who accused him said she was lying. So one of the,
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, no, that's beyond not good. It's a story that we all, like, in the black community grew up. Like, it's like, okay, cool, especially being from Chicago. So I think about it how I look at it like Emmett Till. And if that was in 1945, don't quote me on it. I know it couldn't have been the 60s.
Oh, so that was an older story.
Yes.
Interesting.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. This is still black and white days. You
Understood.
Know what I'm saying? So this is the reason. What I'm giving a reference of why I compare them to the same thing, right? So we're talking 1945. Give a little reference. And then George Floyd, 2016. I think something like that. Don't quote me, folks.
Wait.
Are you?
No, wasn't it like 2019, 2020?
Don't quote me. I don't know. You get.
Yeah, it was like 2020 because the protests / riots were going on the exact same time as COVID.
Yes, you're 100% right. It's like, what the fuck are y'all protesting?
Because I remember the famous article of the protests had nothing to do with the spread of the coronavirus, even though there was hundreds of thousands of people in the streets. But yes, that yeah.
So, I mean, we're talking 60, 70 years apart from each other, right? Mm-hmm. And to me, it is another I can sit back and watch a story of, I can watch cops. I can watch, that's one of my things. I don't want to be a cop by no means, but I'll go watch some cops beat the shit out of some people, right? And what I mean by that is if you run, I'm going to do, if I see it justified from my own point of view, you run at me with a knife, you run at me with a gun, I'm going to pop your ass with the whole clip. It is what it ain't. I'm sorry to tell you that. But like, without judging it, if you show me video evidence and the video is really fast and I just see a cop and I'm just like, what the fuck did he shoot him for it? And then I make an immediate assumption right there. And then if I didn't wait 5 seconds for it to do the slow-mo and then do the zoom in where it could see the knife in his hand and he was running at the cop, but we couldn't see, you know what I'm talking about? Those kind of videos.
They did that recently. You see the Florida one? The more recent...
I watch a lot of them, so I maybe have them, maybe have not. Yeah. But we understand, we're on the same page where they'll show like justified shootings. You get what I'm saying? Then they'll show non-justified shootings. It's something that I like. One of the things that I watch. Okay, cool. So I'm looking at it like, nah, you came at me sideways. Hey, Jesus, come collect your product because clearly he can't get his act together down here. So, but the non-justified shooting, like Sandra Massey, I don't know if you know about that. She was holding a pot, and she wasn't even holding a pot. She was standing at her stove, and she said, "I rebuke you in the name of the Lord." And the cop just put out a gun and popped her in the head. You get what I'm saying? And then
awful. Like there was one in like South Carolina, I think, where they shot the dude where he was running away.
A while ago, and it was on video, and he was running, and you can see him just fall and drop. Stuff like that, right? Awful. So I take those situations. I'm not talking about justified. Motherfucker, you doing dumb shit. It's the cops. You stove hot. Like, what the fuck else you want me to explain it? You know what I mean? If a cop says, come here, whether you like it or not, if you run at this motherfucker, he has every right in the world to go, I feel threatened, blah, blah, blah.
Because what do they deal with all day? Every single
threats.
day.
It's you cannot put a fighter in a ring and then have somebody punch at him and say, don't respond to that punch. Bitch, you put me in the ring. What are you talking about? So I'm a fucking realist. You know what I mean? It's like, no, bro. Like, if you did something stupid, you get what I'm saying? My how I feel the same way is, for years, people justified Emmett Till. Know your place as a black man. Don't be catcalling white women during the times where it was illegal. You get what I mean? And then you have years later where the lady who was accused him said, no, I was lying. I just didn't like the black boy looking at me. You get what I'm saying? And when I don't see for myself or hear a clear-cut, dry story like there's a knife, there's a this, there's a that, he was so resisting that he threw people off, and if I don't see that, then I look at it like another person of color has been lynched. I say the same thing when it's white. If it's like, but he didn't have none, I see more mentally, I want to use the right word, mentally disabled white Americans, because this don't really happen in other countries like that, being killed by the police just as proportionally as I see black folks being killed by the police. It's a lack of understanding of what's going on in the situation. There was a guy in Killeen that they shot not a couple years ago, and he was a mental patient, you know what I mean? And he comes out, and you knew it was a mental call, and you killed this, and they justified it as a shoot, and everybody's saying the dude's running at you like this. Yes, we understand, but it's you get what I mean? So when I don't personally see clear-cut facts and evidence, I'm like, that's a modern-day lynching. You know what I mean? And it's hard, but I'm like, we ain't gonna get it in my lifetime. I'm like, fuck. And that's how I feel. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, like, the extra that comes with it, because like I said, I lived in Cali during Rodney King riots. You get what I mean? So I understood what that was. You know what I mean? I've seen you destroying stuff, you doing this, that does not. This is what I told somebody, and they just thought it was fucking hilarious when the riots were going on. And they were like, bro, you just keep it real. I was like, listen, it's all good and great to riot when it's for the Patriot and the T Act. But somebody do it because somebody got killed. It's not so sweet. And the motherfucker was like, damn. I was like, see, this country was founded on the principles that they hold other people against doing. And I'm not just saying black folks. You get what I mean? It's just like, wait a minute. Let's go back and look at some of the, y'all was rebelling. You get what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all because we over here now. You get what I'm saying? But at the same time, like, let's not act like the culture and the grain of America is not. The First Amendment is what?
Freedom of speech.
Right. And if you gonna tell motherfuckers, right? Follow me, right? If you gonna tell motherfuckers, you can say whatever you want to say. When you want to say it, how you want to say it, you can do it. If you tell motherfuckers, you know what you better tell their ass next? You also can carry a gun with you. Because somebody's going to pop you in the motherfucking mouth. That has been a fundamental principle from day one. You say some shit I don't like, some shit out of pocket, I'm going to pop you in your motherfucking mouth. Tell me I'm lying. That goes for cubs, animals, rear your young. You get what I'm saying? So it popped in the mouth. You get what I mean? And it's like, bruh, it's sad. You get what I mean? When I look at situations like that are bad, because there are situations like that nah, motherfucker, you deserve to get popped. But the ones that I can speak of, one chick she called the police because she heard somebody at her window. The police came to the window, shot through the window, killed her. It's like, what do you want me to say to that? Like, how do I
Yeah.
Is that, I'm not saying that's a white problem, it's a black problem. To me, that's a police problem.
That's a training problem.
It kerfuffles me that a lawyer got to go to school for about 12 years.
Yeah,
a judge got to go to school for about 12 years.
Yeah.
But the man who puts motherfuckers in front of them, 6 months.
Yeah, I believe you should be.
You need a master's.
I believe you
need a master's at minimum.
I don't even know if blue belt is even high enough of a requirement. I almost think you should have to be a purple belt.
I think you need. I'm talking about the education side of it.
Yeah, I mean,
because it's the lack of. One of the qualities of the people that I know that we associate with is that they're very inclusive and diverse. Right? Would you agree or disagree? People that we associate with,
agree.
Like they're very inclusive to what's going on, 100%. And then willing to try. Sorry about that.
You're good.
Willing to try new things. Right? That's what makes it different. That's what makes it. That's what makes somebody comfortable to not feel like everybody is going to do something, if that makes sense. You tracking what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So how I feel when deserving situations happen, listen, you deserve it. How I feel when it's bad, it's like, fuck, I wish I could change that. All I can do is go, if you have not said nothing that is miseducated, you're about to break it down to me how you feel, but I haven't heard none of our conversation that was like ignorant, so I haven't had to be like, hey bro, like what you mean by it? You know what I'm saying? Like, but I've had conversations, and I love having conversations with people where I'm like, okay, what did you mean by that? I'm not saying that you're like prejudiced or anything of that nature, but maybe you haven't been around. Like, there's people who are like, a famous question, and I hope white people stop doing this. Stop asking the question of, is it racist to say black folk? or do you prefer, do you want me to say colored folk, or that is one of the most awkward and odd,
not colored folk.
Bro, I'll tell you, bro. As a person who has white friends, black friends, females, male, as a person that has a lot of friends and a lot of associates, because my circle is small, but I have a lot of people that I associate with. Absolutely. One of the most awkward situations outside of, can I touch your hair? Right? Hey, you laughing, but you know it's true. You know it's true.
I know. It just seems so absurd to me.
The most awkward situation is when you're like, do black people prefer? We was having that conversation earlier. That wasn't awkward by no means, or earlier when you were asking. That was cool. That was normal. I was like, nah, you're good, you're straight. Da, da, da. But it's like, do you prefer to be called black people? Because it's not really the question, it's how it's said and the emphasis on certain words. It's like, so you haven't been around enough people and enough black people haven't told you, or
because now you're an other, right? You're
what?
You know what I mean? They haven't been around black people to where you have to ask the question.
Yes, it's weird, and it's like, bro, you make it awkward when you're like, no, just listen.
So this was my question earlier. When
talk how you talk with your friends. That's what we care about. Yeah. That's what I care about.
So that was the question I asked you earlier. How much does the left have to pander and belittle minorities before it is inherently racist? Because few different examples, right? The Black Little Mermaid. Bro, this is how I see it. And I've had this conversation before. I don't feel like that's actual representation. You are now playing a character who was initially white. And now, to make yourself feel better about yourself, because I think you're guilty for some shit. You probably said the N-word more than fucking all these people you think said the N-word. You now feel so guilty that you want to make the Little Mermaid black, where, in my opinion, again, as a white man, that's not representation. I feel like black people want to see Miles Morales on TV. They want to see characters that were written black.
Yes.
I don't think y'all want to
Yes.
play Severus Snape like y'all are about to play here in a couple of months.
What?
You didn't know? Where Miss Google? God, Jeremy, you haven't seen the
What?
dude that is playing Severus Snape. He looks like Cat Williams for the '90s, dog.
What?
Bro,
So here's the thing, big dog.
okay.
All right.
Break it down to me.
All right. As a person, and I'm not saying I'm experienced in it, but I took acting and acting theory for 4 years in high school. It's one of the things that I focused on, right? ROTC, football, track, and acting.
No shit, that's a fucking bag, bro. I love that shit.
Yeah, state champion.
It's my favorite kind of people, bro.
That's
That's
why
a bag,
you come in,
dude.
you're like, yo, you athletic, you got it done a little bit, bro.
Right? Like that to me is experience. So now you can extrapolate, right? ROTC, probably a lot of white folk. The acting class, probably a lot of white folk. And then sports, probably a lot of black folk. Now we can extrapolate. And now you can understand, okay, this is what these, this is.
That's why people are like, where you from again? You don't sound like, no, because I can, trust me, if you want me to talk some Texas, I can. Now, we get talking to the ceiling, I call you a fucking goofy, you're going to be looking at me like I'm crazy. You get what I'm saying? So I can change it up any way you want. But, okay, back to what we were saying. Hold on.
Okay.
So you are correct, and you interpret, you got that out perfectly. Like, you had me on the hook there for a minute. I was like, there it is. So the fact that it's people, black, white, yellow, green, want characters, and in that fictitious world, that are representative of themselves. Written for, like you said, written for them, based off of experience from within and without. You get what I mean? And it's kind of hard, because it kind of goes back into one of the points I said earlier. We trying to bridge a gap here, big dog. There is a head start. So it's now you see a lot of the first black this, first black that, first black this. And that you gotta look at that. You know what I mean? And so, I mean, if it was me, would I have represented somebody else either? If it was flipped, let's be honest.
Are you playing me in the movie?
No.
That's what I'm asking, right? Or
let's pause. Let's flip.
Oh, can I play Miles Morales?
No. Let's flip cultures. Let's flip cultures.
I guess he's Puerto Rican. Huh?
Let's flip cultures, right? Take a little deeper. Let's flip cultures.
Okay.
Right? And white folks were slaves.
Oh, well, we were more than
slaves like black folks, fool. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about.
We were more than any other culture.
I'm saying flip exactly what we learn now. And yeah, it's hard. That's a hard concept, ain't it? That's fucked up. He said, bro, I just cannot put it in my mind. But
no, white people were the most enslaved people of all time, just because there was so many of us. But now there's not. We only make up 8% of the world population now.
Do you want to dive into that?
We going extinct.
Do you really want to? We had the conversation earlier, though.
We going extinct.
We had the conversation earlier. I mean, that's.
No, I get. Yeah.
There's a theory on how the Caucasian came into play in the first place.
Well, we just moved up north. It was cloudier.
Cloudier is crazy.
Yeah.
Caucasus Mountains.
Yeah.
Ice Age.
Yeah. It was cloudy.
So
we all were black.
Okay,
we started black.
Okay, cool. So my
that's why I think all of this is silly, anyways.
So if now put yourself in your ancestors, not yours in particular, but some other.
We're Irish. We're too busy getting fucked, bro. The Vikings were fucking us up.
I'm gonna say you so. Irish. Irish. Yeah.
We were fucking people up. We were doing some fuck shit.
Y'all and the Scottish created a lot of the Scottish Rite and stuff like that created a lot of things that different societies uses.
Really?
Yeah. And then you can also look up Scots and slavery, and that's a whole thing in itself. And it's like, damn, the Scots was like, hey, they doing it. We gonna go hop in real quick. And then they was like, oh, we don't want to do this no more. That's literally the story of it. They were like, hey, yeah, let's make some money. And then they was like, ooh.
Oh, they chose not to.
They hopped in it. Yeah, don't get to it. They hopped in it. It was like, hey, yeah, a couple 100 years. And they were like, ooh. Them is actually people. Let me stop doing this.
That explains how I feel. Yeah.
So, but other people's ancestors, you know what I'm saying? Like if it was flipped and I was, and I'm not saying that they knew this back then, but if me and you could do the math now, I'm gonna give it to them doing the math back then too. It's like, okay, like let's where did people come from? Like there are more melanated people. You get what I mean? When I say that, I mean melanin reigns higher than non-melanin in your skin. You get what I mean? So you're darker. There are more melanated people in the world than there are non-melanated people.
Yeah.
So what I have learned was those non-melanated people saw that they were not the majority, not in power, and was like, we will vow to never not be in power. And since then, they have been on a tear to always be in control. And that was through my researches and different doctors when I was in school. And here, go research this, go look at this, go put 2 and 2 together. And
damn. Kind of in theory, it kind of makes sense.
And that's how it starts. Yeah. That right there. And so what I have done when talking to people, I communicate just like this. And I'm just like, listen, I can send you what I read and what it came from and different stuff like this. And where I got that. And when you look at it, you're just like, that definitely goes A, B, C, D,
yeah, like
E.
would have anybody else done it differently?
I don't know. So that's why I was just playing devil's advocate. I was like, well, if it was me, you think I would have, if I was the low man on the totem pole, you think, and I made the vow to never be the low man, you think I would have gave a fuck about your history, your culture, your religion, anything? No. And to add into that, if you look up the Moors, Moors, Egypt area, crossed over. I used to, when I was an asshole, when I used to talk to ignorant white folks that were just, I'm gonna be real with you, bro, because you've seen me, girl. When I used to talk to ignorant white folks, I'd be like, how did you know the Dark Ages, right? And they're like, yeah. How the fuck did y'all get out the Dark Ages? Because we all know what no black folk in England and shit like that during the Dark Ages. We all know that during medieval times, there were, but just reason why y'all never see them. But how did you get out of that? It was the Dark Ages. What, no scientific growth? What, no economy? What, it was, how did you get out of that? And they're like, well, you weren't just in turmoil and somehow you just managed to fucking get out of turmoil. You get what I'm saying? No, there were people that came over and said, you need to do A, B, you need to corral your animals, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to do this to have a successful society. When those people came up and now they're equal and they're sharing this knowledge and this information I was kind of talking about earlier, then these people kicked out the people that taught them how to do it. And since then, you look at that time frame, who were the first sailors?
Neanderthals, apparently.
Spanish and who mastered global sailing? Spanish and the Portuguese.
I don't know, dude, because the Vikings were fucking...
Everything's landlocked.
They were moving.
Everything's landlocked.
I mean, there's stories maybe that the Vikings had made it over to North America first in like the 1100s.
Landlocked, right. That the bridge from Russia to Alaska.
Correct. But I'm talking about like on the Greenland side.
Either way, if you lower that side, you lower the other side.
What do you mean?
Damn, we need a globe.
Lower what?
So.
Oh, we need a globe.
We need a globe. Water. Because we all know the Earth is
It's flat.
We're not having that conversation. You are not a flat earther. I know you're not, because I'm about to be like, all right, bro.
No. Oh, damn, dude. Yeah, we can talk about black and white relations.
Yeah, but
flat earth is so fucking, that's the line, dog.
Because I can't do it, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't have the energy. Like,
that's hilarious.
Like, you saw my face go.
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Bitch, no. Like, thank you, appreciate it. So, it's all earth. It's all land at the end of the day, whether the water rises, lower, this, that, and the other. So from what like I said, people correct me if I'm wrong. If you want to talk about it, discuss it, people on the podcast, you can reach out to me and I can show you where I got my information from. But the ability, it's like explaining the Indians being here. It's like, how the fuck did they get here? Well, if you travel from Africa and you go that way to your right, you get what I mean? Because you can't go to your left because you don't have any way to get to your left. You get what I mean? Then you're going to run into Asia. You're going to run into all the send them to Dagestan for 30 years and forget. You're going to run into all them, right? And then you're going to run into the tip of fucking Russia. You get what I mean? And some of those people who were moving over the migration of humanization, you get what I mean? If we all believe that it started in Africa and all people were black, those people who got caught behind the Caucasus Mountains, where do you think you get the word Caucasian from? Speciated over time. You know what I mean? Let's just, when it was explained to me, I was just like, bro, that makes fucking sense. If you were in a dry, wintry, not dry, if you were in an arid, wintry environment, what kind of hair do you need to protect yourself? Little stuff, right? We look at it with animals all the time. Long, woolly hair to protect the neck and the back, because heat escape, right?
That's what I was gonna say, but I was like,
yeah, no, you, hey, but you're so open and awake with it, you're just like, no, that, duh. Yeah. You get what I'm saying? Now, if you're in a sun-bathed climate, what kind of hair you need? What kind of
short?
You get what I mean? If you don't get the sun, will you be melanin sufficient or melanin deficient?
Deficient.
Right. So if there's no sunlight, you get what I mean? You lose some. We already know melanin is light or dark. So of course these people are speciated over time, which is changing, and we see that when you look at the animal layers of the earth. Closer to the equator, the bigger and darker they are. And we joke about black folks being big and strong, but it's like, yeah, you joke, but you joking about science. That's real science. You get what I mean? And it's like, humans, all people relax, about that. But my point is, when I saw those, I was like, God damn, bro, that fact and that fact, that all makes sense. And then you just keep going and circling the earth, and then you get an African person who's a certain skin tone, a certain color of wheat, like I said earlier, and then you get an Indian, which is completely a Native American, which is completely different. But if you show me a color wheel and it perfectly goes dark, light, dark, you know what I mean? It's like the closer you get here, it's like, okay, bro, then this maybe this happened. I'm more open to it. And then I start learning more, and I'm like, damn, that sounds fucking makes sense. Because you shouldn't see statues like they do it with Egyptology. You know what I mean? You shouldn't see statues that mimic here and here across the world.
Oh, but we see it all the time, dude. Hieroglyphics. A perfect example is actually the swastika. The swastika was found on every single continent from ancient history.
Yes.
Every single continent.
Y'all gonna cut my head off for this one, but I'm not saying like Hitler was intelligent.
But there was.
But he had, other than the heroin, the other than the heroin.
I think it was meth.
Other than the meth, you're right. Other than, because it's Blitzkrieg, and it was Blitzkrieg and all right. Yeah. Other than the meth, the Holocaust, the killing of millions of people, the starting of wars, and the general disdain for people.
He was obsessed with
He had a point about some other shit.
Well, he was obsessed with the Holy Grail. He was obsessed. I think it's the Holy Grail.
Hitler was one of the first people that I have. They say every villain has a secret. You know what I mean? Not like a weakness, but it's like the reason their villain story. You know what I'm saying? And so people develop sympathy for that person. I'm not saying I developed sympathy for Hitler by no means. I'm just saying it opened my eyes when Hitler made an announcement to black folks that they were the real Jewish people. And
like y'all were what people say about Jewish people being like the chosen people.
Essentially, a certain group of black folks was the chosen people, but it wasn't the people who were there, the Jews who were there. That's been that whole area has been a whole fight for. So whatever.
We need a whole nother episode.
Yeah, that's not even. Yeah, once you actually learn about that, you're just like, you know what?
We need a whole nother episode for that.
But Hitler was saying things like this. You get what I mean? And they said like later on he was like, if he would see a black soldier, he wouldn't, like he would tell his people don't shoot them. You know what I mean? It was things. These are things that I'm hearing and learning, and just like, okay, yeah, is there truth to that? You know what I mean? But that was my first where I was like, okay, let me not study it from just one point of view of he was a mass genocide, fucking crazy murderous man. Sure. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, let me find out, because you go and listen to. Not saying I have, but like I've seen little excerpts of you listening to Hitler, and he's like, and then you listen to him in English, and one, that's how they talk, all that screaming and yelling. But you listen to him, and he's like, we need to take back our country. We need to do this. We need to do this. And you're like, wait a minute. He was actually like talking to people. Nah, he's fucked up. He went about it the wrong fucking way. But he wasn't just like, kill this bitch. You know what I'm saying? He was like speaking some shit to some, apparently people was fucking with it. So
yeah. You
get what I'm saying,
okay,
though.
So,
I hate to play devil's advocate, and like I said, I apologize to anybody that's offensive to, but I have to look at it from a very open point of view and go, this whole entire planet from the inception of man, nobody's going to know the real fucking story. So we got to put together what's come before us.
Yeah. I want to go back. So I'm sure there's a lot of black people on the hook right now waiting for me to say some racist shit about George Floyd. So let's go back to where we were.
I want to hear your point too, because now I got you on the hook. Let me turn this around. What's up, Brodey? There we go. You said George Floyd deserved it, y'all.
No, that's not how I feel. So from the autopsy report, from what I've seen, and this could be wrong, maybe it's not true, but from what I've seen, he died of fentanyl, and that there was no signs of asphyxiation. I've heard that. Whether or not the cop should have stayed there, that's a different discussion. That is a different discussion.
Whether the cop should have stayed there is a discussion. Whether the cop being on him is a discussion. Him being on fentanyl is a discussion.
Yeah, there's a lot. And so that's,
there we go.
That's where I get to the conclusion that I get to. I believe it's just another example of the black race being scapegoated. The black community being scapegoated.
What do you mean?
Because I believe there's probably, I believe that they knew that he had died of fentanyl and that the cop didn't actually kill him.
Okay.
But they ran with the fact that the cop killed him because they knew it would cause a lot of outrage. And I'm not saying that that's wrong that it considered, I was the person who posted the black square. I was on the side. I didn't necessarily agree with burning and destroying a bunch of buildings, but I posted the black square. I was on that team. I was BLM. I donated.
I don't know why.
We can get into that. But in the moment, right? In the moment, because again, as a person who doesn't, it's so fucking cliche, but it's the truth, dude. As a person who doesn't see race, who genuinely doesn't give a flying fuck, who doesn't care. If I don't fuck with you and you're black, I just don't fuck with you because you're a person. It's just what it is. And that goes the same with a white woman, whatever race, creed, religion, doesn't fucking matter, dude. If I don't fuck with you, I just don't fuck with you. It has nothing to do with any of that. But, it was in the moment. It was like this huge deal. We were just like, you're like, fuck, dude, again? Like, how is this still happening in 2020? And then everything begins to continue to progress. You get these articles like, no, the George Floyd protests / riots had nothing to do with the spread of COVID. And you start getting all these and you're like, all right, now we're just kind of leaving reality. Because let's talk about the reality. Whether, again, these are just like the vaccine thing. There's multiple discussions to be had. If we can't sit here and have the discussion about how a bunch of people in the streets are spreading this pandemic, and we can't separate that from whether or not the protests are legitimate. If we can't separate those and have a conversation about how this is definitely super spreading and y'all were mad at a bunch of people at the beach, and we can't sit here and compare the two and have a real conversation, then okay, then there's clearly
How long do you expect me to play this game with you, Rabbit?
Exactly, right? And so I went along for a good bit. But then the autopsy comes out, and it didn't come out for a long time. They refused to release it for a long time. And then you find out that the reason why he was saying we can't breathe was because he was choking on his own saliva because he was convulsing. He was having a seizure. And you're like, okay. And then you look at it from the sense of like, there had already been a few pretty awful ones. Like we talked about the one in South Carolina where the guy's clearly running away. Ain't for it. But then there had been some ones where people were getting crazy, like how you were talking, where there was the black lady with the knife who ran directly at the cop. He put her down, and then people were still pissed. No. And it was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why is this being played all over my TV when this lady is clearly charging at him full speed with a knife? I'm putting you down too. That's just like how you said, right? I don't give a fuck. It doesn't matter. She had just happened to be a black lady, but she had a knife charging a police officer. So, and then we had another case, but this wasn't a cop. This was the dude in New York who the homeless guy was harassing people on the train, talking crazy, talking about how
and he choked his ass out, and then they beat the shit out of him.
No, he choked. He put him in a rear naked choke. But here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. They also refused to release the footage of everybody on the train getting interviewed after the fact. Black, white, Puerto Rican, Hispanic, all these different races, people. Yeah. Talking about, oh my, dude, this was a hero. This guy was on the train talking crazy. Like, I'm going to kill y'all, da-da-da-da-da. And if you know anything about a rear naked choke, there is no strangling somebody where I can hold a choke for 5 minutes. There is no, and that kind of goes back to the George Floyd thing. Knowing how asphyxiation works, I can't choke you for 5 minutes. I just can't. You're going to go to sleep. That's the cut, strangling, knee on the throat, whatever. If I'm truly causing oxygen to stop going to your head, you're going to fall asleep. I've been asleep twice. I've been put out twice, right? It happens very quickly. One time was maybe 3 seconds. So if he was putting so much pressure on the guy's neck, he would have went to sleep and he would have died right then, because that's how asphyxiation works, right? And so then when it came out,
catching more breaths and then.
So then when it came out that he didn't die of asphyxiation, or again, maybe it's conspiratorial, I don't fucking know, and that he died of fentanyl, and then I see all these people destroying the cities that they live in, I'm like, dude. And knowing, hold on, let me finish my thought.
You're great.
And knowing how the black community has been scapegoated time and time again. And to hear them again lie, in my opinion, they lied to y'all in the sense of like, no, another cop killed another black man. That's what happened. That's it. And they didn't give us the whole full scope. Whether or not people came to the same conclusion after the fact, that is a different discussion again. But they didn't. They purposely withheld information. And then we have bricks just suddenly popping up at these protests. We know about January 6th and the 270 federal agents and the provocateurs and all these things. And then bricks start showing up at these protests that were largely peaceful at first. Largely peaceful.
I have pictures of.
And then pallets of bricks showing up. Little provocateurs, and then now we have all. We have all these videos of black people doing all this crazy shit, burning buildings, throwing bricks. And so, what do we get out of that? Well, now we get bigger racial divide, where it seemed like for a very long time there, dude, like in the early 2000s, like middle 2000s, dude, I feel like racism was almost gone, and I feel like a lot of people. I mean, like in the sense of like most of us, we were all at least. Again, maybe I come from, look.
What's your definition of racism?
Genuinely hating somebody of the other race.
It's prejudice.
Huh?
It's prejudice.
I think prejudice is more like feeling a type of way because they're black and like forming an opinion.
That's a small prejudice if you ask me. This is just my opinion.
I think like wanting to kill you because you're black, that to me
Have you looked up the definition of racism? Honestly.
Well, maybe not. I don't know. But I guess
let's see. I just want to see what it says.
I guess when I think about it, and maybe I'm wrong, but I guess my thought process has always been like, I hate somebody of this race so much that I want them nowhere near me, kind of thing.
That is, to me, by definition, that is prejudice.
Interesting.
Because don't get it twisted. Like,
okay, well, they use prejudice in racism's definition. So this, a program to, oh, never mind.
So now, hold on. Okay, real quick. You can look at prejudice here in a second, but antagonist by an individual, community, or institution. Now, I agree that individuals have not been as racist as time has gone along. Okay, through a lot of different things. You get what I'm saying? Conversations like this, amongst others. The issue that the black people who actually like pay, I ain't gonna say pay attention, that's just what I'm gonna use for short, you get what I'm saying? It's the institution.
Sure.
And that's why I disagree on the racist side of like, oh yes, people absolutely. They're not walking
at, right?
They're not walking around like, hey, KKK this, KKK that. Okay, cool.
I guess that's what I'm looking at, right? Because I feel like we're all better off not supporting these major institutions, no matter what. Because now we're at the point where it's fucking all of us, right? White, Mexican.
How do you not support redlining?
In what do you mean, like redlining? How?
Man, I can't think of what the. There you go. Preconceived opinion that's not based on one reason, actual experience. I don't like black people just because they're black. It's not based on shit.
See that?
That's just me. That's what I say by definition. I didn't say by definition.
I get that. I guess I'm just thinking like to the point where I want to lynch you.
To me, that's still prejudice.
That's interesting. I would say that. Okay.
In this modern day and age, to me, that's still. Now, if you just came out and said, I want to kill you because you're black, we're going to call you a fucking racist. Yeah. Absolutely. But can you individually control what I have going on? No. Can an institution or a community? In my opinion, yes. Mm-hmm. And my example would be redlining, and I can't think gentrification. Redlining gentrification, right? So if you take a lot of the black communities that were there growing in their own little spaces, like take a city like Indianapolis. I used to live there, right? And where black communities were, they ran highways through them.
Yeah.
Redlining. You've heard that. You've heard that information.
That's what 35 is.
You get it. Yeah. We talk about Austin all the time. Austin is, the people, it's one of the most segregated. You haven't been to Chicago. Chill. Trust me. Austin is segregated, but Chicago's way worse. So how do you fight that? And so that'd be my question. People like racism. I say to me, racism now, yes, I can go live where I want to live. I don't get it twisted. Yes, you can still.
Isn't that kind of how you fight that?
You get what I mean? So you're following the track already. It's like, oh, I can go live where I want to live now.
I think that comes back to the discussion of a victim mentality. Because, look, what you're talking about is obviously a real thing. It happened. It did happen. 35 was built to segregate Austin.
East and West?
East and West side for that reason. But now, shit, dude, come live in my neighborhood. I would fucking love that.
But what is the word? What's the key word of what you just said?
Which part?
But now.
Sure. Yeah. No. I.
For us, I ain't gonna lie, bro. For us, it's easy because we didn't grow up in that. You get what I mean? Like we live.
So who are we referring to right now then?
Like people older than us.
But why would they be stuck there now? Unless they're stuck in their own head.
I can't speak to what somebody else has passed because I don't know if we're going to be stuck in our ways come 2050.
Yeah.
yes, we are an adaptive generation, but you know, we are also the first ones. You get what I mean?
Yeah, it's interesting.
So we may be stuck in our own ways. Like, no, we were here before.
I don't know, because like what you just said, we are an adaptive. Why would that go away? We've learned that adapting is the way to continue.
Look at the next generation that we have now. We already talk about them.
Yeah, but okay.
Them motherfuckers already call us Unc.
Well, let's talk about it, right? Gen Z could change the world. Now, look, do some of them believe in some fucking wacky shit? Wearing furry suits and dressing up as cats and identifying as this, that, and another, and having all these pronouns? Sure.
So we're not changing?
No, hold on. Hold on. This is why I think between millennials and Gen Z and then the generation below that have an opportunity here, because at the end of the day, we all agree on one major thing. What we're talking about right now. We all agree that the system is fucked. And so I always say this, in order for us to have a conversation, we have to establish a baseline of facts, right? We couldn't have this George Floyd conversation if you didn't also believe there was a chance that he died of fentanyl and not from asphyxiation. If you just solely believe that the cop killed him, then this conversation couldn't happen.
And that's why I started when I said it. I was like,
because you would think I'm the worst person. I'm the worst person in the fucking world, and then we would never be able to have a conversation because we don't have a baseline of established facts. So now, when it comes to fixing the world, quote unquote, we at least have a baseline of established facts. Because when we talked about vaccines earlier, there's going to be boomers who just vehemently disagree with us. And it doesn't matter what studies come out. It doesn't matter, because they lived during a time where vaccines potentially saved a lot of people.
Right.
Whether they did or didn't, that's, again, a different discussion. But they lived during a time where the media, whether it was true or not, told them over and over and over and over again that they were the single greatest medical invention since antibiotics. Look, whether that's true or not, right? That's how they're going to believe, and they're probably going to go to their grave that way. However, we're different in the sense of that we're less married to our ideas now more than ever, because we're learning more and more because we have the fucking internet. So with the next generation and the generation after that, as we keep talking about how we think that generations potentially could continue to get better. And again, there's always wacky things. And if you spend too much time on the internet, you're going to find any fucking weird rabbit hole and furries and all this shit, and fucking trans teachers talking about getting a boner because their pronouns are correct. So it's like,
hold on, Paul. That is not on my episode, but that's on another episode. So
yeah, right.
That needs to be in quotation, because this man is wilding over here.
Hold on. So what I'm saying is that at least when I talk to another person of our age or lower, we have an established baseline of facts that the system is fucked, that we've been lied to continuously, and we've probably been lied to for a much longer time than we even know, because the internet wasn't around and the information's probably been burned or changed, and winners write the history.
Mandela effect.
Right? And so, but now, since the fact that we have that establishment, we can now sit here and have a conversation, because we can both agree on that. Now what we can have a discussion about is how do we actually fix it, right? And then that's when we get people that are turning to socialism and they think that that's a good idea. And then there's people who, believe full-heartedly in capitalism and they don't believe any middle ground, and whether whatever it is, right? Now, then people then fall into their beliefs. But we can have a conversation because of the established baseline fact that the system has to be done, and it's filled with corruption.
So you think what I think is going to happen? And I shared this opinion with a couple other people. I think we are advancing so fast that within about 4 generations, they're going to be so smart that they kill everybody.
Oh, bro, we're not making it there. Look. Bro, we're going to be able to read each other's minds in about a decade. Have you seen the video of them wearing the headphones, talking to each other with just their mind? No words?
No, I haven't. But
we're not making it. 4 generations is...
No.
We're not... We ain't happening.
I have come to the conclusion...
We're going to become aliens way before that.
That's how I felt when I was on ketamine. Like we advanced somewhere. Like either I am going to be like 90 years old when the world figures out how to preserve people longer, or it's going to happen like 8 generations later. Like I have came to that conclusion. You know what I mean? Like either we're going to blow all ourselves up, or they're going to figure this shit out. You get what I mean? So it's I definitely feel what you mean. Like I just don't think that we are removed enough from the previous generations on being stuck in what we believe is right.
That's interesting because I almost think we're too removed. And what I mean by that is we're living in a world of constant overcorrections. What's the overcorrection of racism? Well, they were trying to teach anti-racism. What'd that create? Now we got a bunch of white people who are like, oh, I can't believe I'm white. Oh my God. I can't believe I did that to all those people. Bitch, you didn't do shit. Shut the fuck up. The only thing you have control of is how you continue to consider people of other race, religion, credence. That's the only thing. It has nothing to do with what the fuck happened. And anti-racism was fucking dumb. And I'm so glad we made it past that point, dude. Holy shit. I remember being in Target and hearing an ad for an anti-racism book. This was probably like 6 years ago. And I was just like, what is
going on? Also, other dumbest things was the DARE program.
Yeah. Just say no, bro. Just say no. So
never seen drugs you brought.
We got to start wrapping this up because
no, you're good.
It's about that time. I'm sure we've been doing this way too long. But I want last thing, right? And you can tell me how much I'm wilding. But this is my opinion, and I don't even know if this is really... Yeah, I know. I don't even know if this is really a Morgan Freeman quote or not. But it had went around probably like 2010, and I feel like it was always on Facebook. Always, like, all the time it was on social media. And again, I don't even know if he ever really even said it, but it's just something that's stuck with me since forever. And it's just how I kind of move through life. The only thing that's going to stop racism is to stop talking about racism. And so this goes back to what I was saying about regardless if it's true or not, it doesn't benefit you to think in that fashion. So regardless if you run across somebody tomorrow that's a shop owner or whatever, and you're like, he says like, "Oh, nice hair," or whatever, right? I don't fucking know. What do like sneak racist people say? Can I touch your hair? Is that sneak racism? No. Hey,
it's awkwardness.
That's like
awkward. That's awkward.
Yeah, it's like
sneak racism.
What's sneak racism? What's like sly? Like where you're like.
It's not even sneak.
It's like backwards, like a backwards compliment almost.
It's like no, because like you can go on TikTok and type in pranking sundown towns, and you'll see like a straight, like you get what I mean?
Yeah, it's not good.
So, and I don't mean to cut you off, right?
No, you're good. But I guess I'm throwing around the thought of like, if we apply that same mindset
that Morgan Freeman said.
I don't know if he said it.
Stop talking. No, it was him. It was him.
Did he really say
absolutely.
that? If we apply what he says, and we apply that same, like, I refuse to have a victim mentality, regardless if it's true or not true, and we apply that to racism, and we stop giving in to this media hysteria that's all, like, fucking overblown. Because, again, we've agreed, individuals are far less racist, and we have to acknowledge that because like that does play that should remind us that we the people are the ones that should have the power. And so if the media is constantly telling us that racial division is worse than ever, and we're sitting here having this conversation, and we know, at least from our experiences, from our friend groups being like just fucking all over the place, and we understand that that's not how we see everything. Why the fuck do they get to tell us that that is how it is when it's not that way? So then we just continue to go this way further and further, when in reality, the majority of us, the 80%ers, I'd say, 20% for fuckboys, we can leave that open. 80%ers are all here. Mm-hmm. But we allow the media to make it seem like 100% of us are going this way. And then we have people, white people, with this white guilt. And then you have black people who
Just over guilt.
they're trying to make you feel guilty, like for all this stuff.
Right.
Like, and it's like, well, hold up. I don't walk through life that way. I've never walked through life that way.
Let me ask you the one question.
Okay.
Right.
Uh-oh. Yes, I was invited to the cookout plenty of times.
No, you're at the cookout. You good. We're not worried about you. Got your black card. We knew that a long time ago. When me and you had a Killer Mike conversation, I was just like, this motherfucker just said he listened to Killer Mike.
Another guy who I think is a perfect example of what we're talking about.
All right, so I'm gonna comment on Morgan Freeman.
Okay.
I agree with it when he said it. I don't agree with it now. To ask my question, to go into that, right, real quick. Would you? Now I'm trying to say this correctly. Would you, at any point in time? Okay, I guess the first question to ask is: do you believe that there is white privilege?
To a certain extent.
Okay. I'm going to assume that certain extent, people like Rockefellers and shit like that.
Sure.
Okay, cool.
Sure.
Okay, let's cool.
But as like me and you, I don't believe that there was
there was any difference, right? Cool, no problem. Absolutely. I agree. So we on the same page with that. But if you were in that category, okay, now we got to put you there, right?
So I'm filthy rich.
Right.
Okay.
All right. Would you give up your whiteness and be black?
Do I keep the money? Is that even a fucking question? I get a fucking ginormous dick and I keep the money?
I hate you.
What do you mean? And black don't crack? I get this beautiful skin, bro. What?
Yes.
Of course.
Of course. Okay, now I say that, right?
Was that a trick question? Was that the wrong answer?
That for the typical white guy, which you're not. When that is one of those, go down a rabbit hole looking at like TikTok, and it's like certain questions, right? And it's like, would you give up any privilege that you have had, right, to be a minority? It didn't just black, white. I just used that because of me and you sitting here. But the answer is
should be no.
Is no.
Yeah.
Right.
Should be no.
And then I look at it like, what would I answer? Being.
Would you go from black to white?
Fuck no.
I thought, okay.
That's trying to be funny, but I mean, I love you, but no.
That's funny.
It's no on both sides when you go black to white, white to black. It's no on both sides, right? Yeah. But if I was a white guy with privilege, right?
Would you go?
Would I go, right? And the answer is no.
Interesting.
So it's like, no fucking bird is gonna give up their fucking fish to another bird, bruh. And so when you talk,
I see the point you make.
And when you talk about the media and you talk about people pushing a certain narrative, they're not going to give up the power.
Yeah, we're seeing that. You see that in everything.
Why? But
you're seeing that in universities. These professors that are wrong.
Yes, and they as a person who has a bachelor's degree, trust me, I know.
And they refuse to change their belief because they've spent 20 years looking at it.
Like it's like how do you? It's a rough situation because it's like it goes back to our original statement of like, yo, it doesn't matter what you were born with, this, that, and the other. You complaining, but it's like think about it.
So this is interesting.
You're not gonna give it up, bro.
So does it give you peace thinking that way? Because I could see how that brings you peace.
Yeah, absolutely.
Being a black guy in a world that, as we agreed, the institutions and things like that were not set up for y'all to succeed. But yet you look at it that way, and you are.
It doesn't mean people can't.
And you are succeeding in your own way, right? In the sense of you're doing what you want to do.
That's success.
And, that's interesting. That makes a lot of sense.
Like, it's just, success is what you make it. Your happiness is your happiness. You know what I mean? And like you kind of summed it up real good right there. No, for real, I appreciate that, because it's like, it's not that I don't care. It's like, if I was in that position, wouldn't I do it the same fucking way? Like,
yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting because that was like, that's like the dark thoughts when you talk about like colonialism, right? Is it that we were the last people to do it, or is it because we did it the best? Or is it just, because like everybody's tried to do the exact same thing. The Mongols killed 5% of the world.
Ottoman Empire was massive.
And so it's like all these races, all these religions, all these credence all tried to take over the entire world. That's just human nature. Human nature is to expand power always. And so it's like, yeah, we've done it the most recently. We still fuck with other countries through the CIA, you know. We still run coups. I think people do it right back to us, right? Like China obviously does it to us. Russia always does it to
absolutely.
it, right? Like
there's no way they don't.
They obviously play a role as well. But
when they finally get pissed off, then we'll find out.
Yeah,
we'll fuck around and find out.
Yeah,
like,
right.
But it is what it is.
But when you look at it objectively, like obviously we do fuck with a lot of shit. That's an interesting perspective, and I think that is one that, hey, I appreciate you sharing. Appreciate the conversation, because this is a lot of things that are on my mind a lot. And then like you can bounce them off white people, and then obviously it's like, oh yeah, Jordan, you're right, da 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 da. And I'm like, well, okay, this is only validated so much because like we're having, you know, it's two white folks having the conversation. But
as a person who was born in inner city Chicago,
yeah,
and has lived here, lived there, like, and has seen racism to my face. Like, you gotta understand, like, we used to play football teams against KKK schools. You get what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I seen
like,
it here too.
Like, so I've seen a lot of it, but when you become an adult and you process everything and you put it on the table, one, what kind of human being are you? How do you hold yourself? How do you hold your standards? Do you surround yourself with people of the same standard? You get what I mean? And when the rabbit got the gun, it ain't no fun. That's why the rabbit don't never get the motherfucking gun, because the rabbit's gonna do what? The same thing the other motherfucker did. That's why they say the statement. So when you look at it, like you said, it's peaceful. Like, don't get it wrong. You give me Warren Buffett money, I'm not saying I'm gonna be doing Warren Buffett shit, but I'm gonna be making some shit move around in the back of the world. That's
interesting, right?
You get what I mean? I'm gonna make sure that my legacy, however I see it, fucking continues. Yeah. You get what I mean? And just like you gonna dive on a grenade for that baby, you know what I mean? It's the same mentality. Like, if you put in that position, you know what you gonna do?
Yeah, wasn't it there? There's a little fucking nugget for y'all, a little something to chew on.
Oh yeah.
Till round 2. A little something to chew on. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fucking important, dude. I think it is important because, again, like I can only experience it how I experience it. And that's just how I experience things. When I walk through life, I personally don't see a lot of people doing things that we're just constantly told is happening. And it's like, okay, I understand that they do happen. You see that they happen. But I'm just like, everyday life, I'm like, bro, like fucking, I see just all these different groups just always hanging out with each other. I always bring up the example of a rave. You go to a rave, bro, it is the craziest melting pot of people all getting along that you will ever see in your entire life. And I truly believe that that's why those things are demonized. I truly believe that's why they're demonized, because it is the craziest melting pot. It is the gayest of the gay people. It is the blackest of the black people, the whitest of the whites, the fucking Asians of the Asians. It's literally...
I've heard.
Everybody.
I've heard.
You've never been?
No, so you know the first person to tell me about a rave?
Really?
Unc.
Oh, I fucking love it. I love it.
I gotta get him
on the podcast. I will say black people going to the raves is more recent. Admittedly.
I mean...
But dude, when I went to Lost Lands, there was black people all over the place. And I was like, you know what? Like, there's always this moment where I'm like, fuck yeah. When I damn it, dude.
Wait a minute. Hold on. No. Pause. I will cut you off because I know what you said, but I'm gonna beat everybody to the punch, because any black folks listening to this is gonna be like, not he had a black moment. not even being black, because you talking about you go to a place and you look around and you got to see how many black folks there. You're not saying it in a racist thing like, oh shit, it's niggas here.
No, I'm happy.
Yes, so you got to understand, like, us as black folks do that. Like, we'll go to a place and be like, God damn,
Yeah.
ain't no black folk in here.
Yeah,
Damn.
yeah.
All right, cool. So
Yeah.
the fact that you did it, I was like, no, I know exactly what you're talking about. So
No, because I think it's cool. Because I think, again, dude, I think there's been so much shoved down y'all's throats. Y'all have been fucking scapegoated so many different ways, and y'all have been told that this is, you know, there's been a stigma in the culture that stepping out and doing other things, like, yeah, fucking, whether it's fucking playing Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh or whatever, there was always
Martial
like,
arts.
Yeah, martial arts, dude, right?
Bro, martial arts.
All these different things that I feel like weren't popular in the black culture for one reason or another, whether it was on purpose. There's like, you know, conspiracies about how the CIA manipulated rap music to keep black people where they were. Like, you know, it's all like, there's so much different things, right? It was all these like different, like the lyrics in rap music, all these different things. And it's like, when I see, like, when we can have a conversation about these things and I see someone stepping out of the quote unquote mold, so to speak, I'm like, oh, that's fucking cool, dude. That tells me that you just thought for yourself. Right? Whether that's any race, like, it's just like anytime anybody does anything, right?
So my question to you is, who's telling the narrative?
Probably really rich white folks.
You
Most
know,
likely.
You know what I mean? And you're like, hey, I get a sense of relief. It's like, okay, but who's telling the narrative? Because when it's like, man, such and such JJ was an asshole, but then you get to know me and it's like, oh, okay, it's for this reason. You know what I mean? You learn, and that's just some small aspect, but then you got to take that small aspect and put it on a bigger one. It's like, okay, who's telling the story? You know what I mean? Like, I'll never be mad at somebody for lying on me. You know what I mean? Like, we grew up with the media. Search 120 black folks killed in Chicago this weekend. Motherfucker, no, that's not what the fuck happened. You know what I'm saying? This many this happened. This many that happened. So many thugs and gangsters, and compared to so many good. Like, you can look at a riot and you can look at a hockey game with championships, and they look identical. You get what I mean? They look fucking identical. It's just about how the media labels. So you've been talking about media this whole time, and it's like, no, you're right. And since I can't personally control it, like you said, I speak for myself. Like, no, like I know what I see black folk do as a whole. I know what I see white folks do as a whole, but that's only based on my environment. I've lived in Texas. I've lived in California. I've lived in Indiana. I've lived in Illinois. You get what I'm saying? So I've lived places to get different experiences from people, you know, and it's just like, you sure about that? Like, one of those moments, but it's these conversations that let people know who have those questions. And it's like, yeah, aren't you tired of that? Yeah, abso-fucking-lutely. But only thing I can do is teach my child exactly what we were just talking about. Like, this is going to happen. That's going to happen. You're going to get looked at a certain way. You have a choice to either feed into it or make your own road. Because at the end of this, all the fuck we got. You get what I'm saying? Like, I didn't choose to be born black and have to deal with ABC problems. So it's like, I embrace it. Don't get it wrong. Like, it's like, I didn't cheer for Black Lives Matter. You get what I'm saying? Because I'm not saying that Black lives don't matter. I say that all people in general who don't have malicious intent and aren't weird pedophiles, like, those people matter. I'm gonna keep it real. You get what I mean? But you motherfuckers out here trying to do freak shows and out here blowing people up, and Timothy McVeigh, like, no, you motherfuckers listen, like, you need to die. It is what it is. Like, the Alien versus Predator joke is fucking hilarious to me, because it's like, yo, give somebody citizenship, go have them hunt down child predators. Like, call it Alien versus Predator and call it a day. Like, to me, it is that righteous punishment, you know what I mean? But if you're a good quality person, you know, yeah, live your life, do what you want to do, go make money, work hard, be great. You get what I'm saying? Like, if it's handed to you, it's handed to you. If it's not, then I'm sorry, you know what I mean? Like, you're going to have to suffer like 95% of us. Like, so to me, when I see it with the community, I had some good people in college that were advocates like Black Panthers and stuff like that. So I had to, even though I went to a PWI, predominantly white institution, it was the blackest school in the state. So like we had everything. That's why I joined my fraternity and stuff like that. So we had everything there, and the people who were there were good. Like they were there in the 70s when Larry Bird was there. You get what I'm saying? So it's like Indiana State University. Mm-hmm. So like they were there when it was like Magic and Larry. So that whole racism, like I have a very different point of view because people are talking about like racism. Like, bro, I went to a PWI, joined a black fraternity at a PWI, and it's the same school that Larry Bird went to. They're like, what? So the whole Larry Magic thing, I was like, yeah, that's an important part of the school history, but it also played a part who was around because and what they saw and what they influenced and how they moved around. So now how they taught us as students coming through the college is a certain way, and we got exposed to certain things, you know what I mean, from their point of view. So it's very... the activism side of stuff, you know what that, like what I mean by that, like all them peoples and fundamentals, they gone, you know what I mean? And since there's no guidance, if that makes sense, and I'm not gonna lie, you kill a bunch of people's leader, they probably not gonna listen to what you got to say either. I mean, Medgar Evers, Martin Luther King, I can't think, Bobby Seale, Black Panthers, just a bunch of people, like you're just killing people, and it's like, okay, we know that they killed people like JFK. We know they killed people like MLK. Like everybody knows that MLK was shot and then died in the hospital because he got suffocated by a pillow. Like his wife sued the government and won.
Yeah, there's a very good chance that Mike Baker, CIA, like ex-CIA guy who's constantly on Joe Rogan every quarter, talks about how it's not that he doesn't believe that we had something to do with JFK, but he more believes that we had something to do with the MLK.
So when you do that, like the next group of people, like if, you know, everybody had a situation when their parents were killed by, you know, they're not going to be worth the shit either. I'm not saying that black folks ain't worth the shit, you get what I'm saying? But it's easy to manipulate them. Yeah. So the scapegoats and not the scapegoats, but the, you know, throwing things on people and easy reactions and just, it's a perfect fucking system if you ask me. You know what I mean? And how do we fight it? You realize it's a system and you refuse to play the game.
Yeah, we do what we're doing. You have conversations, you utilize your free speech, and like you fucking just you move through, like you work hard and do, like, I don't know, fucking just do what the fuck.
I mean, to us it's simple. It's just like, yeah, to us it's real fucking simple.
It is.
But then we can have somebody else on here sitting here and they're just like, what the fuck do y'all mean? And it's like, bro, it's not that. Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, they're gonna tell me I can't have an opinion. Like, okay, like that's silly. I mean, it's just like my own experience is my own experience. Just like you didn't ask to be black, I didn't ask to be white. It's just fucking how the card. That's how the cookie crumbled. So I can only see the world how I see the world. You can only see the world as yours see the world. But what we can do is we can listen to anecdotal stories. We can talk to each other, have conversations, and then now we can gain a greater perspective, right?
Earlier, we was talking about whoopings and how, I mean, still it's the same culture. Like, no, just because you're black or white don't mean that you didn't get this kind of treatment. You saying one of your family members got their ass beat. You get what I mean? So it's like, hey, we all are trying to just grow up and, you know,
I think we're all trying to do better. Like, I think we have a look. I think what I said about the 80%, I think we're closer now more than ever. I think we're all coming to this head where it's like we're understanding that either we got two options. We either have discussions or we start killing each other.
I mean, the Crusades was all about that. So we saw how that landed. So
that is how this shit goes in the most simplistic way. Because we're humans, and that's just what human nature does. And if we do not sit down and have these uncomfortable conversations where maybe we do disagree, maybe we don't disagree, maybe you see the world in such a different fashion that I can't fathom, like I was talking about earlier with this discussion with a friend of ours. I'm like, I don't understand how you've come to that conclusion. But that's the conclusion that you came to. And I keep asking him, like, hey, please, like, tell me why you've gotten to this point, because this seems sad.
Yeah,
it seems sad. It seems sad, right? And it's like, to carry around all of that guilt for some shit that you didn't do, it just doesn't seem like that. It just doesn't seem like the right way to then honor you, like to honor y'all. Like, to me, it's just my way is just seeing AJ as a human and just treating AJ like a human and moving. That's my way of trying to undo whatever, or trying to make up for whatever. It's just like, it's just a matter of me being like, nah, that's my homie. Like, that's my homie. Like, it's just fucking AJ.
You hold a motherfucker accountable and you keep it pushing. That's it.
Like, I'm not sitting here counting black friends. Like, oh, I got this many. Dude.
Like, yeah, please don't ever do that, because then it's like you just instantly turn into an asshole.
Yeah,
Fuck being racist, now you're an asshole.
Right? It's like, it's like, you know, it's most of these. I just think a lot, like, on the white side, I just think a lot of these white folks who are virtue signaling to the world, calling people racist, doing all these things.
And you live in a very interesting city, my boy.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if your followers know.
I'm the minority in this motherfucker.
No. I'm talking about the big city that you live in. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if your podcast knows or anything like that. But my point, my point is this: like, it's coming from where I came from. Like, it's not people are still fresh and naive. You know what I mean? Like, they're open. You know what I mean? But like, I've learned being in this city that most people think that black culture is Houston. Just like they think, just like they think Spanish culture is San Antonio.
That's funny.
But you understand.
I don't think black culture is Houston. I just think Houston's black culture is
you
put the wheels. You get the wheels.
You know what it is. Houston is black culture, but what people think is black culture is Houston. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's interesting.
And same thing, they give San Antonio, same vibe with the Hispanic treatment and stuff like that. You get what I mean? So it's all the.
Yeah, it's interesting how people play like a generalization game. But that just tells me that you're just someone who just never had other races friends, like other races who were your friends.
You're naive.
Yeah, like, it's just I don't think that. I think it's mostly harmless. I think it's just like ignorance most of the time. It's just like, oh, you just, and so that's when I bring up like the Little Mermaid being black, or I think of like all those things. I just picture a bunch of white folks.
Yeah, no, I ain't gonna lie. To answer that, bro, that's out of pocket. Because it's like, just make another fucking character, bro. Call it
fucking.
Listen, you already had a black mermaid in the Little Mermaid, and that was the evil lady. I can't think of it,
yeah.
But
I picture a room full of liberal white people going, I know what will make black people happy, and none of them have black friends.
Huh? Say that again, my bad. Hold it though. Okay. Go ahead.
I said that when people make those decisions and they think it's the right one, I picture a group of white liberal people sitting around a circle, an executive table, and going, I know what black people want. And they don't have.
Why does it sound like a Chappelle skit?
Bro, it is.
Like,
and they have no black friends.
Like that sounds like a fucking Chappelle skit. So.
And they know no black people. Look, we're gonna start another tangent. We gotta go, brother. Thank you so much.
Great time, big dog.
Great fucking time.
Great time. What's up, Brodey?
Woo woo. Dude, tell everybody where they can find you. Do your thing. Shout yourself out. Whatever you got.
AJ the Whisper Berry. You can find me at the Whisper THEE.whisper at Instagram. Man.
Hopefully fighting in more. Maybe hopefully walking soon. Normally.
Yeah. Trust me, when I'm back, I'm coming for. It's a whole new character. It's a whole new vibe.
I love it. Yeah. I love it. Do it. Look, when you won that belt, that was a happy moment.
Yeah, you was excited.
That was I loved that shit. And I want to see you do what you love. Keep doing what you love. Keep fucking killing it. And stay on this side of the mental rainbow, brother.
Absolutely.
We love you. And fucking do it again, dude.
Let's do it.
Do it, bro. Appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Bye, y'all.